USPBL season is here. Brought to you by Vince and Joe's on the USPBL Network. Hello and welcome, everybody. I'm Brendan Shabath. That's Brady Beaton. We'll be with you all season long for some United Shores professional baseball. And Brady, so glad to be back. Opening day, a holiday like none other. Always fun. Some festivities going on early here at the ballpark. We don't quite have opening day weather, and as evident this whole weekend, it was supposed to be opening day yesterday. Got rained out in what was going to be a rematch of last year's championship between the Unicorns and the Beavers. Instead, we've got a doubleheader today between the Mammoths and the Hoppers to open up the season. Still a little overcast, a little chilly, but nonetheless, it's May, it's summer. We're getting ready for baseball.
Well, yeah, you get ready for opening day just like the players, wake up, you're excited, it's opening day, and then middle of the day you get the notification, it's not happening today, you got to wait an extra 24 hours. So excited to be here, excited to be at Jimmy John's Field for this. But yeah, I think we're going to get two really good ball games today between the Diamond Hoppers and the Mammoths, and there's a lot of talent. Some we're a little more familiar with and some new to the fans here at Jimmy John's Field.
And those Beavers and Unicorns will rematch their championship game tomorrow for our Sunday game at 1 o'clock right here on the USPBL Network. But as Brady mentioned today, it's Mammoths and Hoppers, two teams who were kind of fighting around the bottom of the four-team gauntlet standings last year. But this Mammoths team pretty much revamped entirely. Don't bring back a lot of hitters. They bring back a couple pitchers, a couple familiar names, but they're headlined by some guys who have played some really high-level baseball already, mainly at the top of the order. Burl Dixon leading it off today, a minor league player in the Kansas City Royals affiliate organization for a couple years, was drafted in the 18th round. He's an exciting guy that we're ready to see here in the USPBL. He brings a lot of talent.
Well, he was the first one that jumped off the page looking through this new roster and looking at who was coming. 6'5", 200 pounds. He's a left-handed bat at the top of the lineup, going to be patrolling center field. He's a guy that's going to have that just wow, like when you look out at a baseball field, you're like, I bet he's going to be a guy I want to look out for. A guy with a little cachet on his resume. You look at Nick Weber. He played at LSU in the SEC, hit pretty well the 1 year he was there. He's a guy that I expect to, have some big at-bats. Again, two lefties at the top of this lineup. Pretty right-handed dominant league, whether it's arms or bats. Not a lot of guys hitting from the left side, but the right-handed bat, the three-hole hitter for the Mammoths, Francis Florentino. He was in the Brewers organization. He played minor league ball in their developmental league, and he's a guy that I really think could make an impact here early. You're going to see another big bat there early, and there's two good pitchers on the mound, but they're going to have to work through a tough order, especially the top of the Mammoths.
Florentino was in that Arizona Complex League with the Brewers, born in the Dominican Republic, coming here to Utica to play some USPBL baseball for the Mammoths this season. For the Hoppers, bit of a different story. You look at some of the best bats that they had last year. Noah Marcoux, Joe Burke, Bryant Schellenbarger. That's the heart of their order opening day this season. 3, 4, 5, Marcoux, Burke, and Schellenbarger. Then they got the defensive wizard at shortstop, Alex Pup, who's leading it off again as he did last season. A lot of similar names for the Hoppers, a team that really started to turn things around in the second half of the season and hit the ball well. They're going to try to start this season this way.
Well, anytime you can bring back a lot of guys that know what's going on. We mentioned a lot of new names. Hey, it's a brand new ballpark. They're trying to get settled in, just figure out how everything's going well. You look at this Diamond Hopper team, like you said, most of their top six is back in the lineup, so that brings a little more experience. Opening day, maybe not as many nerves, able to settle into the role, maybe a little quicker than the Woolly Mammoths could, and just have that veteran presence in the dugout.
If you're curious who the pitchers are today, we've got that coming up for you after the break. A returner and kind of a half returner. Kyle Bischoff and Jacob Wazinski are our starters on the mound today. More pregame show coming up on opening day after this.
There are many things you can rely on in this world, like a sunny day brightening your mood, your mom baking the world's best apple pie, and never a dull moment in running your business. And when it comes to time-consuming HR tasks, you can rely on Tryon. Tryon can handle payroll and taxes, employee benefits, and more, so you can stay focused on attracting and retaining the best talent. With Tryon, you don't have to grow it alone. Visit RelyOnTryon.com.
You can always rely on Tryon.
Welcome back to the USPBL Network. Brady Beaton, Brendan Shabath bringing you opening day here of the 2023 season. And Brady, an exciting season, on the horizon. And tonight in particular, an exciting pitching matchup here in Game 1. We talked about a returner in Kyle Bischoff and sort of a half returner in Jacob Wazinski. Jacob Wazinski getting the start for the Hoppers. He'll be out there first on the mound. And we mentioned him as a half returner because he was a guy who came from Oakland University last season.
Right.
Delayed getting here, was not here on opening day for the Hoppers. Came, I would say, about a month after, once we were into June. Was here for about 5 or 6 starts and then left and didn't come back the rest of the year. Now he's back. He's put on a bunch of weight, 6'8", 230. He's a giant on the mound. He's added some velocity to his pitches as well. He's got that four-seam, slider, changeup mix. We were hearing some spring training in the four-seamer up to maybe 93, 95 possibly.
Yeah, talking with some of the coaches from the Diamond Hoppers, they were really excited. Said first 3 warm-up pitches, it was 93, 93, 93, and a guy that last year sat high 80s, maybe would touch into the 90s a bit. He's going to be really exciting, and usually on opening day coming out of spring training, the pitching's a little ahead of the hitting, and he's going to have a tough foe across from him. I'd expect a low-scoring game. Runs will probably be at a premium in Game 1.
We'll see if the adrenaline plays a factor at all in the velocity scale today as well. Before we take a look at Kyle Bischoff, let's take a look at the sponsors for today's opening day game here on the USPBL Network. We have Ascension, Belfour Property Restoration, Budweiser, Dave & Buster's, DTE Energy, Fifth Third Bank, Jarbcom, Jimmy John's, Macomb Community College, McLaren Macomb, McQuaid Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Refrigeration, Metro Detroit Chevy Dealers, Pepsi, Scott's, and United Wholesale Mortgage. We thank all of our proud sponsors for everything they do for the United Shores Professional Baseball League. So Kyle Bischoff, a graduate of a local school, Michigan State University, returning to the USPBL. Similar to Jacob Wazinski, came later in the year. He was after the midseason college showcase, which is a tryout halfway through the USPBL season that allows the college players who were in season back at school while this season here in the USPBL was starting to come in, showcase their stuff, try out for some teams. Bischoff was one of those guys, came after the college showcase after finishing up his season with Michigan State, was here with the Mammoths, was a closer for them, high velocity, kind of lights out, shut the door closer, had some ups and downs, and now is switching to a starting role this year for Taylor Jellikowski and the Mammoths. Very excited to see what he has.
Yeah, and, he's added a little more to his repertoire from a year ago. He's tried to add some movement on some of his pitches. But anytime you go from the bullpen to starting, some pitchers, it doesn't affect at all. So they say, hey, I'm out on the mound. I don't care if it's the first inning, the 9th, the 13th. I just want to pitch. Other guys, they get settled into a role. But it feels like Bischoff is one of those guys, he's excited and step up to this challenge.
And Bischoff you mentioned adding some new pitches. Sounds like we've got a possible new high-speed pitch. That was the big thing that was advertised with him coming into the USPBL last season, was the velocity, 94, 95 with the fastball, up in the zone, get some swing and miss. He's kind of gone away from where he locates it, but he's got some movement, added a cutter to his repertoire now.
Yeah, anytime you have pitches that can move in different directions, the best pitchers, you always get those picture-in-picture overlays, and they'll look the same for about the first 30 feet. Then one will dive, one will tail away, one will stay straight, and that's the biggest thing with pitching. Velocity is great, and trust me, velocity is important to be a high-level pitcher. But if you can have movement, and you can have 3-4 pitches that look the same coming out of the hand, but change in different directions and keep hitters off balance, hitting's all about timing, and pitching is keeping those batters off their timing.
Well, it's not just us two boneheads all season long with you. Kara Wolfbauer is down on the sidelines all year long. She did some pregame interviews before this season got started. Let's send it to Kara for those.
What's up, Jimmy John's Field? My name is Kara Wolfbauer, and unfortunately, as you all know, we had to cancel opening day. But there's no worries. We would never let you guys miss out on all of the fun. So instead, tonight we will be showing some fireworks, still doing the Beavers championship ceremony, and we had some special interviews for you guys we were supposed to show yesterday, but instead, we will show you them today. So let's check those out now. I'm Kara Wolfbauer. I'm here with Nick Caruso today, the now assistant manager of the Utica Unicorns. For our diehard fans, you might remember him from last season, number 13 from the Westside Woolly Mammoths, a catcher and a first baseman. So Nick, how are you doing today? Thanks for joining us.
I'm doing well. Thanks for having me.
So like I said, Nick is now an assistant manager. So how does it feel to come from being a player to now watching it from the other side, actually being a manager and helping coach these guys?
It's definitely a different experience. My dream was always to play professional baseball, and I was blessed enough to have that opportunity. Some injuries here and there kind of pushed it away quicker than I would like, but now I get the chance to enhance and develop these players and help them chase their dreams. So I've had the opportunity to coach at Macomb Community College with the Mammoths manager, Taylor Jellikowski. So it kind of got my feet wet a little bit and got me going, and I'm excited to get back into pro ball.
So coaching at Macomb and now coming to coach here, what is that transition like? Is it similar? Is it different? Tell us a little bit about that.
It's going to be a little bit less hands-on. You know, these guys in professional baseball have been around the yard. They played at a high level of college. You know, we're working with 17 and 18-year-olds over at Macomb, so it's a lot more hands-on, just kind of focusing more on the fundamentals. These guys, we like to stay hands-off unless they really come to us and look for something, but, you know, whatever they need, I'll do anything to help them.
And how has it been coaching them so far this season? I know we're just early on. We had spring training, and we're heading into opening day right now. First pitch coming soon. And so what has that been like so far?
It's been fun. You know, we went 7 straight days of spring training, so watching these guys compete. We have a lot of talent. The Unicorns specifically across the infielder. We had like 2 very elite level defenders at each position in the infield, so we had to move a couple to the Beavers. But just seeing the talent this year, it's going to be a lot of fun to watch.
And you are a hometown guy. You are from Sterling Heights, Michigan, just a few minutes away from Utica here. What is it like meeting these guys from all over the place? How are you welcoming them into the area here in Michigan?
It's awesome. You know, I played college ball in Ohio, and I played a lot of summer ball in North Carolina, so being able to come home and be back around family and friends is awesome. For these guys, I just try and guide them, you know, and let them know what's around here, what they can do outside of baseball, because, you know, they are people too, and we don't want baseball to consume their everyday mentals and, you know, to overtake them like that. So I just try and give them a few things to do. I'll have a few guys over. I got a pool in my backyard, so try and have fun with that too. But just any questions they have about the area, I give them the best input I can give them.
Awesome. And then coming from the Westside Woolly Mammoths last year and now coaching the Utica Unicorns, tell me how that feels. I mean, always probably be a Mammoths fan at heart a little bit. Can't help it, right? But now coaching the Unicorns, tell me about that transition. Even you're going to be coaching some guys that you played against last season.
Right. It's cool. You know, just kind of have some authority over these guys now. And then competing against manager Taylor Jellikowski and the assistant manager Justin Karn, who I know very well. It's going to be a lot of fun, you know, just kind of having that personal relationship with guys across the dugout. I look forward to beating them and winning a championship as a Unicorn this year.
Perfect, because last question, you led me right into it. The Unicorns did lose the championship game last year. So, as we just saw, the flag is going to be raised. I know we're here on Media Day, but the flag has now been raised on opening day at Jimmy John's Field. And tell me, does that fuel you for this season? Get ready to lead the Unicorns to a championship game again?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, our goal is always to win the championship. I've personally never won a ring, so that's going to be one of the main goals this year. And now that I've played for the Mammoths, I don't want to see them win a ring the year after I'm done playing. So, you know, I'm hoping these guys take advantage of it and kind of use that as fuel on opening day, and we get a couple wins to start the year off.
Well, we wish you good luck this season. We'll miss seeing you on the field, but we're excited to have you here at Jimmy John's Field, just involved in general. So thank you for coming back, and stay tuned. We've got more interviews coming up and first pitch coming up soon. All right, now we are here with Travius Ford. Thank you for joining us today, Travius.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for having me.
So last year, you were on the Birmingham Bloomfield Beavers and won the championship game. So how does that feel coming off that win and heading into this season?
I mean, I'm pretty grateful for the opportunity after everything we faced as a ball club, having to get new guys in and build new chemistry together, and we ended up on top. So I'm just thankful for the championship as a whole, and I'm ready to bond with this new group of guys and run it back.
Well, I'm wishing you guys the best of luck to end up on top again, because now you're going to see what you are getting this year. We've got the ring.
Yes,
you can take a look at it.
Yes, ma'am. Hard-earned right here. That's
Hard-earned
nice.
for sure.
That's hard-earned. Yes, ma'am.
Especially because last year in these semifinals, you guys faced the Mammoths, won 18-5, but you led off the game with a home run right on the first pitch. You looking to do that again this year?
Yes, ma'am. First pitch swinging for sure. Friday night.
And then later in the game, you put up a grand slam, getting you guys up 11-5. Tell me about that mentality that you have when you get to the plate. Is there a specific pitch that you like that you're looking to send that way, send over the fence?
So right before the at bat, they made a pitching change, and they brought in Tyler Rutchley from the Mammoths, I believe. And I haven't faced him on the year, but I was getting their scouting report from guys, and they said he has a 12-6 breaking ball and a pretty heavy fastball. So I went up there, sitting fastball away right here in right center to the stage, and he threw a first pitch breaking ball, so I was able to see the spin, and I decided to sit on that actually. So he doubled up on it. I got the pitch I'm looking for, hit it over the wall. So.
Perfect, nice. Well, because most people too talk about wanting that inside heater. So taking that outside, take it the opposite way.
Yes, ma'am.
That's awesome. Put you guys right up 11-5.
Yes, ma'am.
Perfect.
Yes.
So you also had an injury from last season. Tell me a little bit about that journey and how it got you back to playing baseball again here in the 2022 season.
Yes, ma'am. On June 8th, over in On Deck Circle, I was hitting the eye with the baseball. The ball ended up going through a little net as I was front tossing to teammates, and I was on edge of losing my eye as a whole, my vision in my left eye, and it was bigger than baseball. You know, like I wasn't gonna be able to drive again and things of that nature. But after everything, the doctors here in Michigan, the surgeons, they were able to perform like a cataract surgery on me, and they was able to get me back out on the field, and now I see better than ever. So
awesome.
Yes,
It's unbelievable they were able to help you get back to the game you love.
yes, ma'am. Yes,
And
ma'am.
you mentioned it's bigger than baseball, and I think everything about baseball is almost bigger than the sport itself. Just even the fans, being out here with the fans, the kids running up and getting autographs from you. So tell me how that feels, especially knowing you are coming off that championship win. So these kids know you now. They
Yes,
know
ma'am.
who you are. Are you excited to get back in here with them again this year?
Yes, ma'am, I am. I'm actually ready to see the kids in their faces, and I've had multiple people DM me on Instagram I had a little crowd out there in center field. They'll be here on Friday night to check me out, but I can't wait to interact with them and just put smiles on their faces. Yes,
So
ma'am.
he's accumulated fans while he's here, but we all know his biggest fans, who are always up on our broadcast, are his grandma and his aunt. They're
Yes.
always yelling, "Go
Yeah.
Travius Ford!" So
Yes.
tell me what it's like, because you are from North Carolina, to, even though you're here in Michigan, you still got your hometown people, your family rooting you on, and they're on our broadcast. I can tell you I'm up there every day. They're on there every day. So tell me a little about that as well.
Well, my family, they've been there since the beginning, through the ups and downs, through the times when I wasn't playing much, and through the times when I was actually having success on the field. So their support is everything. They love me no matter what, on the field, off the field. So I'm just thankful to have them in my corner.
Will they come check out a game this year?
They will. They were actually going to come to opening day, but I was just in Lake Erie playing with the Crushers in the Frontier League, so they expected me to be there. But things happen. Life happens. Yes,
Well,
ma'am.
we're so happy to have you back here at
Yes,
Jimmy
ma'am.
John's Field, because the fans were going to miss you if we didn't have you back. But when we do see your family here, we'll have to get them on air with you,
Yes,
talk to them a little
yes.
bit. So stay tuned for that, more about Travius Ford and his family.
Yes, ma'am.
And we have first pitch coming soon. You ready?
I'm ready. Let's
You're
do
ready.
it.
Let's do it. He's got this ring on his finger. He is ready for baseball this
Let's
year, and
do it.
hopefully another one coming for you,
Back
right?
to back. Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Wishing
Thank
you the best of luck. And fans, make sure to check out Travius Ford this year. He loves when the kids come up and
Yes.
say hi to him. So we'll see you guys soon back here at Jimmy John's Field for more baseball. We got first pitch coming up. It's closer and closer.
Come on and keep me satisfied.
Slide into a new home. Work with a local mortgage pro who works for you. Get a cheaper, faster, easier home loan. Find a mortgage broker near you today at findamortgagebroker.com.
You hear about the promo that Jimmy's John's got going on? 5 off 20? How they pulling it off? Magic? You got David's Copperfields in there? Show yourself, Copperfields!
Jimmy John's. $5 off orders of 20 or more.
Back here in the USPBL Network, just under 10 minutes from first pitch here on opening day between the Hoppers and the Mammoths to start things off. A doubleheader Saturday to start the season, as yesterday's opening day festivities were rained out, unfortunately. The weather has not been kind here in Michigan the last couple days. Before we start today, let's take a look at the starting lineups. We'll begin with the visiting Westside Woolly Mammoths, finishing the season last year 17-27 and in fourth place. They certainly gave it a good effort in the playoffs, though. Starting off this season for the Westside Woolly Mammoths, leading off and playing in center field will be Burl Dixon. We mentioned him in the pregame show, a Kansas City Royals affiliate ball product in the minor leagues in the last couple of years. Lefty bat at the top of the order, followed by Nick Weber, another lefty who will play in left field and bat second. Francis Florentino from the Dominican Republic will be in right and bat third. Alex Steinbach plays on the hot corner at third base and will bat cleanup. Batting fifth and playing first is Priyama Lozada. The catcher, Duncan Hewitt, one of the few returners on this Mammoths roster, will bat sixth here in Game 1. Denver Blinn is the shortstop in the middle of the infield. He'll bat seventh, followed by Reese Trahey, another Michigan State product, a local product from high school as well at Brother Rice High School. He'll bat eighth and play second base. And Zach Beadle, a backup catcher, will be the designated hitter in the 9-hole for the Mammoths. He'll catch in Game 2. On the other side, for the Eastside Diamond Hoppers, Alex Pupp will lead things off at shortstop, as he did pretty much entirely last season for the Hoppers. Chandler Dunn will be his teammate up the middle defensively in the infield at second base. He will bat second as well. Noah Marcoux, the first lefty bat in the order for the Hoppers, bats third, followed by Joe Burke, the designated hitter in Game 1 for the Hoppers, cleaning it up in their order. Bryant Schellenbarger, the right fielder, will bat fifth. Batting sixth and playing in left field is Anthony Flores from San Jose, California. Chris Iazetta is in center field batting seventh. Whit Hughes has the catching duties in Game 1. He'll be behind the dish and batting eighth. And then Todd Maddox rounds out the 9, playing third base for the Eastside Diamond Hoppers. Jacob Wazinski and Kyle Bischoff on the mound, respectively, for each of these squads. And we talked about it a little bit, Brady, earlier. The lack of lefty arms. There's only one lefty pitcher right now in the entire league across the 4 teams, not on either of these teams that we'll see tonight. That's certainly going to change as new people come in and the college showcase happens midway through the year and we get more people. We'll get more lefty arms and more lefty bats as well. But right now, those lefties that we do have, the few, we mentioned Burl Dixon, Noah Marcoux, Bryant Schellenbarger, pretty big advantage right now in the opening stages of the season.
Yeah, it's not as if they really need that big of an advantage. They're already good hitters in their own right. And when you know coming up to the plate that you're going to have the matchup advantage, at least in theory, gives you a little more confidence, and it especially helps with the Mammoths. First 2 batters being lefties help you get off to a pretty good start, knowing that you don't have to worry and manage around any of that lefty-righty matchups. You know you're getting all righties, and it takes one less thing off the manager's mind.
Should be really interesting to see what the velocity is like for both of these guys as we start. We talked to Taylor Jellikowski, the manager for the Mammoths, about the opposing pitcher he'll see today. Jacob Wazinski said his first 3 pitches in spring training, 93 miles an hour, back to back to back. That's a pretty staggering number. Last year, I think the fastest pitch we saw, I think maybe Bischoff got up to 96 one time. Every other pitch was 95 and lower. We had plenty of guys sit 89, 90, 91. But these are 2 guys, both Wazinski and Bischoff, 2 guys that are probably going to sit low 90s and maybe even get it up 94, 95 range.
And especially with that speed, I want to know how that plays in with also the adaptation of the pitch clock and all the new rules of, hey, if they get into a rhythm, who's going to try and get them out of it? Because in a 6-inning game for the doubleheader, if one of these two guys gets rolling, you don't have a lot of time to slow that freight train down. You need to have damage control early and often. If, hey, they get a couple of 1, 2, 3 innings to start, look out because you're going to run out of outs quickly.
Well, it should be a very fun season and hopefully a fun doubleheader tonight. We're just about ready to get started. Coming up after this break, it's Hoppers and Mammoths on the US PBL Network.
Jimmy John's Field is the perfect venue for birthday parties, summer picnics, company outings, and provides the best entertainment in Metro Detroit with great baseball all summer long. Spend your summer nights under the lights at Jimmy John's Field in historic downtown Utica.
Almost ready to go from Jimmy John's Field here in downtown Utica, Michigan. Cloudy skies, high of 62, a brisk kind of breeze for opening day baseball. Let's take a look at the defensive lineup for the home Eastside Diamond Hoppers, brought to you by 3-Dimensional Services. It's Anthony Flores in left, Chris Iazetta out in center, Bryant Schellenbarger over in right field where we saw him all last season. On the corners, Todd Maddox and Noah Marcoux. In the middle, defensively, Alex Pup and Chandler Dunn. On the mound, Jacob Wazinski, and behind the dish will be Whit Hughes. Brady, anybody that stands out defensively for you to this lineup?
Well, not having been here last year, not a whole lot. Everyone I've talked to, yourself included, Brendan, is everyone saying Alex Pup is a vacuum over at shortstop, that basically any ground ball hit on the left side is going to be erased over there. And a lot early. We talked about the pitchers with the velocity. I want to see how both these catchers handle going from 95 to the off speed and see how they can deal with that velocity, and how both catchers, maybe not the most familiar with some of these pitchers. I know Hughes is a returner and Wozinski was here a little bit, but a big thing with pitchers and catchers is that relationship. So maybe when you're not as intertwined and intermingled as some of these guys might be, let's see how the catchers do on opening day.
And you mentioned Alex Pup. We saw him make a flurry of highlight plays last year. Certainly expecting that to be pretty much the same this year, and a good hitter at the top of the order as well. So we'll see him early on here in the first inning. Moments away. We got to step aside for the anthem, and after that it'll be first pitch right here on the US PBL Network.
We're for people, the pioneers, the underdogs, the players, and the slow and steadies. We're for people, for who they are and who they could become. Yes, we're a bank, and some say our business is all about money, but that's an old idea. Because look past the money, and you'll see real human lives. We see it, because we're for people. Huntington, welcome.
Slide into a new home. Work with a local mortgage pro who works for you. Get a cheaper, faster, easier home loan. Find a mortgage broker near you today at findamortgagebroker.com.
Jimmy John's Field is the perfect venue for birthday parties, summer picnics, company outings, and provides the best entertainment in Metro Detroit with great baseball all summer long. Spend your summer nights under the lights at Jimmy John's Field in historic downtown Utica.
You hear about the promo that Jimmy's John's got going on? 5 off 20? How they pulling it off? Magic? You got David's Copperfields in there? Show yourself, Copperfields!
Jimmy John's. $5 off orders of 20 or more.
We're for people, the pioneers, the underdogs, the players, and the slow and steadies. We're for people, for who they are and who they could become. Yes, we're a bank, and some say our business is all about money, but that's an old idea. Because look past the money, and you'll see real human lives. We see it, because we're for people. Huntington, welcome.
Fifth Third Extra Time helps you do you better. So kick back and relax. You have extra time to avoid overdraft fees. Fifth Third Extra Time. This is banking a Fifth Third better.
Jimmy John's Field is the perfect venue for birthday parties, summer picnics, company outings, and provides the best entertainment in Metro Detroit with great baseball all summer long. Spend your summer nights under the lights at Jimmy John's Field in historic downtown Utica.
You hear about the promo that Jimmy's John's got going on? 5 off 20? How they pulling it off? Magic? You got David's Copperfields in there? Show yourself, Copperfields!
Jimmy John's. $5 off orders of 20 or more.
Slide into a new home. Work with a local mortgage pro who works for you. Get a cheaper, faster, easier home loan. Find a mortgage broker near you today at findamortgagebroker.com.
Jake Wazinski will get things started this season for the USPBL and the Eastside Diamond Hoppers. He'll face Burl Dixon, Nick Weber, and Francis Florentino, three newcomers for the Mammoths. Wazinski, 24 years old, four-seam fastball, slider, changeup mix. Was in the MAC for a season in college. Back in 2020, spent one season as an Akron Zip down in Ohio, and then came up back to Michigan. Was an Oakland Golden Grizzly for the 2 seasons that he was there. 20 appearances in college, 18 of them starts. Was here for 7 appearances as a Hopper last year. And it'll be a Mammoths lineup looking to get off to an early, quick start, Brady, and put some runs on the board early.
Absolutely, and one thing with a guy like Wazinski, and this is something that will never show up on the stat sheet and you can't quantify, but there's a presence on the mound when you're 6'8". Like, that is a whole lot of human standing on the bump with number 44 and Wazinski, that when he delivers, I mean, you watch his delivery and his step, he lands almost off the mound, and that ball gets in on you quick. Now, we were talking about the whole pregame. This top 3 for the Westside, we're expecting big things from. So we're going to find out real early who has the advantage.
And Taylor Jellikowski expects big things from his lineup, too. He said on paper, and not just him, other people we've talked to have said on paper, this is probably the best team he's ever built.
Right.
Whether it be at Macomb Community College, where he just took over as the head coach, here in the USPBL, with Madonna. This is the best team he's built on paper right now, and he has high hopes and high expectations for this team, especially coming off a tough year last year.
Yeah, and when you're coming off a tough year, you have a brand-new team in. You want to get off to that start and just shed last year and focus all in on 2023.
So the lefty, Burl Dixon, will bat to start. Sacramento, California native, 24 years old. The first pitch of the season is in for a strike at 5:39, 0-1 early on Dixon. Grounds that one foul, 0-2. Dixon spent last summer in another independent league, the Pioneer League, with the Billings Mustangs for almost 30 games. Hit below average there, 203 with a 598 OPS, the 0-2. Just outside.
Like the idea on 0-2. See if you can get Dixon to fish a little bit. Didn't miss too far off the plate, but certainly enough that Dixon had to think about it for a moment.
1-2. Golfed out to right, but that'll get foul and hit the doghouse over there, JJ's apartment.
And as a batter, when you're facing someone that's throwing in the 90s, you have to sit fastball and just do what he did right there with the off-speed. Spoil it and wait till you get a pitch you can hit, especially behind in the count.
Try the 1-2 again. And when again, just outside, Wazinski looks to have it dialed in pretty much, just a little bit off the plate. And if you're going to miss ahead in the count, that's where you want to miss.
Yeah, it's the same where he missed on 0-2. He's got the right idea, but I like this plate discipline from Dixon. He's crowding the plate early, not trying to take the away pitch.
2-2, just laid on that fastball. Fouls it off again. It's the third foul ball for Dixon. So in the first at-bat of the season, Dixon will see 8 pitches, the 8th one on the way. That's a slider outside. Full count now.
Tried to go back door. He's thrown 2 fastballs away, so you're probably thinking Dixon's going to expect the fastball on the outer part. Tried to get the slider back in just to maybe get the backdoor punch out.
Payoff pitch down and fouled back one more time.
And early in the season, you don't want to run the pitch counts up too much. You're usually a little more conservative than not with your guys on the mound. And when your leadoff guy is getting a long at-bat like that, have to love what you're seeing if you're in the Mammoth dugout.
Swing and a miss. Dixon down on strikes. A good chess match to start this season, though. 9 pitches in that at-bat, and Wazinski gets the better of Burl Dixon down swinging.
Still, even though you strike out at the top of the order, that's still a quality at-bat. That's throwing a lot of pitches to get one out. I know, obviously, everyone's thinking get on base, but if everyone can make Wazinski throw that many pitches, his lease on this game won't be very long.
That's a slider in for a strike on the back door to get ahead of Nick Weber, the lefty from Youngsville, Louisiana. 0-1. Tried to go back to the well and missed outside with the slider, 1-1.
Weber played a year at LSU, so you know he's seen the velocity. This isn't something that should get in on him too quickly.
That one just high and outside, 2-1. Weber in his one season at LSU all the way back in 2018, 43 games, hit .290 as a freshman with the Tigers. Faces a 3-1 hitters count here.
And those are pretty eye-popping numbers, and if you're Weber right now, you're sitting dead red fastball. Trying to get the barrel around on one, start early. If you're Wazinski, I want to see what he goes here in a hitter's count.
Did go with the fastball, put it in for a strike. That fastball has some life to it, little tail on it towards the plate there. Another full count for Wazinski.
And that wasn't a bad pitch. I'm surprised Weber let that one go by.
3-2 again. Swing and a miss. Wazinski pumps it by him for back-to-back Ks to start this game.
Yeah, and he seems dialed in early and talked about how you have to try to get him out of a rhythm early, because if he starts settling down and instead of going to full counts, gets these outs in 3, 4, 5 pitches, could be a pretty quick time at the plate for the Mammoths.
Now batting is the Dominican, Francis Florentino, out in right field today. His first at-bat in the USPBL is a single to right. That one's going to get to the gap. Schellenbarger chases it, sliding on the warning track, lost the handle, and Florentino will scoot into second base with a 2-out double on the first pitch he sees.
Like that, jumped all over the first pitch he saw. Like it had some break to it away. Ambushed Wozinski after a couple of battles. He came in ready to attack, and he's rewarded. A man in scoring position with 2 away. Could have maybe a little bit of a 2-out rally here for the Westside Mammoths.
And it's only perfect that us announcers discuss how advantageous it is for the lefties. And the first 2 lefties strike out, and the first pitch to a righty is a double to the gap.
And on a breaking ball, too. Not even a fastball. He kept with it. The pitch was away. Didn't try to do too much and just put it in the gap. Got a little help from some slippery grass, but still. Runner on second with 2 away, not a bad spot.
Steinbach swings and fouls one back. Alex Steinbach out of Plainfield, Illinois. Played in the Power 5 level for a season in college. Was at Illinois in Champaign. Was a Fighting Illini member for a season as a freshman. 3 different schools in 3 years in college. Looks at a strike there. After Illinois, went to Nova Southeastern and then a year at McKendree. All totaling some pretty good numbers over just about 80 games in college. 295 average, a 1.0 OPS in his college career. The 1-2. This is the 3rd full count after that ball low and outside from Wozinski of the inning.
Yeah, the pitch count getting up there pretty early, and I like the approach from the Mammoths. That's something that's instilled in you, being patient and not chasing. I don't think they've chased after a pitch outside the zone yet.
3-2, swing and a miss over the glove. Now Steinbach's going to try to get down to first. He will not in time. Good job by Hughes to end the inning on a 3rd strikeout. Florentino with a 2-out double. He's stranded out there at second base, and the Hoppers will get their first opportunity this season to get the bats going in the bottom of the 1st after this.
We're for people, the pioneers, the underdogs, the players, and the slow and steadies. We're for people, for who they are and who they could become. Yes, we're a bank, and some say our business is all about money, but that's an old idea. Because look past the money, and you'll see real human lives. We see it, because we're for people. Huntington, welcome.
Kyle Bischoff will start on the mound for the Westside Woolly Mammoths in this season. He'll have to face Alex Pup, Chandler Dunn, and Noah Marcoux of the Eastside Diamond Hoppers. Bischoff, 4-seam fastball. That's going to sit low 90s, as that cutter as well. And we talked about slider and a changeup. 4-pitch mix for him. And we talked to Joe Burke pregame, who, if one base runner gets on, will bat in this inning. Designated hitter in the 4-hole today for the Hoppers. Burke was here last year, so was Bischoff. Everybody is pretty familiar with each other by the time the season ends, and it makes for some interesting battles between hitters and pitchers, especially with some of the really good hitters going against some of the good pitchers. Everybody knows each other's stuff, each other's strengths and weaknesses, and Burke mentioned that, you know, he came back in the offseason in spring training and faced Bischoff in some live ABs, and man, he said he got a lot better in the offseason, added that some movement. That 4-seam was more of a straight 4-seam, elevated up in the zone last year. Now it's got a little bit of tail to it, and then he's added the cutter going the opposite way, 2 high-speed pitches that move.
Exactly. If you throw a fastball, hey, you can throw it 95, 96, but if it's straight, it's pretty easy to get a hold of and get the barrel around. I shouldn't say easy, but you can time it up.
Pup grounded to second base and should have been out right there, but the throw was thrown away. Reese Trey, he had it. Lozada probably should have caught that over there at first, and instead Pup on second base to lead things off.
And that's never the way you want to start your season and era. I mean, that's his routine of a ground ball as they get, maybe without them having the infield today, they had to kind of have an abbreviated warm-up. Maybe that plays a part, but hey, if you're the Diamond Hoppers, jump on this opportunity now. We said there's 2 good pitchers on, so you get the opportunity, you take it.
1 pitch and 1 base runner for the Diamond Hoppers in Chandler Dunn. Dunn swings at a fastball, first pitch. That one in there inside for strike 1. Good velocity from Bischoff. Chandler Dunn, native of Lexington, Kentucky. Fouls one back, 0-2. Ben Wilcoxon is a new member of the USPBL this season. He's with the Beavers. We'll see Ben tomorrow. Ben and Chandler grew up together in the same neighborhood back in Kentucky, knew each other from T-ball all the way up through high school, college, and now professionally playing in the same league as rivals with the Hoppers and the Beavers.
And it's interesting that they go to opposite teams as well. You know, you think you'd want to try to do everything you could to play with your childhood friend, but maybe that competition never really left their blood.
Got to stay competitive. Scratch that competitive itch somehow, huh? 2-2. Got him looking. Strike 3. Curled the slider on the back door. And Dunn goes down looking.
And I don't know if Dunn agreed with that too much, but that's a pretty nasty pitch working away from the righty. You saw at least in the first inning, the home plate umpire wasn't giving too much away to the lefty. But, yeah, you take another look at that slider. That's about as perfect of a pitch as you can ask Kyle Bischoff to make.
First pitch fastball inside part of the strike zone to Noah Marcoux. Marcoux, really good year last year in the USPBL. Only played in 30 games, as we mentioned, was a later addition. 293 average, hit a couple of bombs, 21 RBIs in the 29 games that he was here.
And that's basically what he's done every stop he's been at. You look at his numbers when he was at Davenport, really solid. He comes here, doesn't skip a beat. Now a full offseason, he knows what to expect. I have kind of hopes that he might be one of the guys that we're talking about in one of the post games of one of these doubleheaders.
We talked about the lefty-righty matchup as well. Marcoux, the first lefty that Bischoff faces, and he's down looking again. Thought about swinging. Checked it, but instead that's still a strike anyways, and that's back-to-back Ks for Kyle Bischoff.
Bischoff's done a really nice job picking that low outside corner. You saw it to the righty with Dunn. You see it to the lefty with Marcoux. And back-to-back strikeouts, well, that's a way to pick up your defense after after an error to start off the inning. You get a couple strikeouts, and, hey, you let your defense know you have their back.
Burke looks at strike 1 and I think gave a little bit of a grimace there. Rounds it foul, 0-2. Burke, one of the most consistent hitters last season. One of the unluckiest, too. He was victim of a lot of fantastic plays in the outfield by some of the outfielders across the league. Pup running on the pitch. That one's outside, and he'll get third base pretty easily. Talk about a good pitch to run on. 0-2. Probably figured it was going to be off speed or outside the zone, and Pup 90 feet away from scoring here.
Well, you call that you steal on the pitcher. He was going off. He got the beat on Bischoff, focused on the hitter, and was able to steal the pitch there.
Burke down on a whiff. Kyle Bischoff, nasty first 4 batters, sends down the second, third, and fourth hitters in a row. 2 looking, 1 swinging, and a quick first inning here between the Mammoths and the Hoppers. We'll head to the second, tied at 0 on the USPBL Network.
Fifth Third Extra Time helps you do you better. So kick back and relax. You have extra time to avoid overdraft fees. Fifth Third Extra Time. This is banking a Fifth Third better.
We're the financial champion of Michiganders. Whether you're a goal getter or dream chaser, an empty nester or up-and-comer, anyone in Michigan can bank with us. Michigan Schools and Government Credit Union.
Make your move with a quick and easy mortgage from Genesis Credit Union. We have mortgages to fit your life. Genesis Credit Union. Visit us today.
Italian American Heritage Night here at the ballpark, along with the opening day festivities. Always a fun time. We're going to have a flurry, a myriad of different theme nights and events at the ballpark. Italian American Night, always a fan favorite. There's a good crowd here. Do you have a favorite Italian dish, Brady?
Oh, I mean, if you know me, you know I'm not very picky when it comes to eating, so just about anything. But what I've really been impressed with these singers we've had today, we've had a couple awesome singers that when you're walking up around the booth, you're going, oh, they're just playing a track, and then you look out, no, it's an actual live singer.
We've had some fantastic performances today. Brady, you mentioned sometimes in developmental leagues like this, independent leagues, the pitching is a little bit ahead of the hitting to start the season, and through one inning, if that's any sample size, that's certainly the case. We've seen 6 strikeouts combined between the two pitchers.
Well, and it's been elite stuff from both sides. I mean, the fastball's been working, and they've been locating it well. Last inning, you saw Bischoff picking the corners, and I think Wozinski just a little overpowering in the first.
He's facing Priamo Lozada here, who swings and misses. Lozada, 25-year-old native of Weston, Florida. 2 college seasons, one at Morehead State, one at Kaiser in Fort Lauderdale in NAIA. And he's ahead 2-1.
One thing I like from Wozinski, he always works from the stretch, and I know it goes against that old adage, but I like the consistency it brings.
On the ground to third, easily fielded by Maddox, and out at first is Lozada, 1 up and 1 down.
And what I mean from the stretch is the old adage was with the windup, hey, it brings more velocity. That's essentially been debunked at this point, that it doesn't know winding up the old Cy Young, getting the arm going doesn't really make any difference. So with the stretch, there's just less moving parts. Instead of stepping back, turning, bringing a leg up, all you have to do, bring the leg up and deliver. And I think it can help pitchers stay fairly consistent. And as you look, even in the big leagues, you'll see more and more guys doing that.
Hewitt fouls the first pitch back, and that's something that Shane McCaddy here at the USPBL and Paul Nochi, that they have tried to instill in pitchers is, the whole goal of this league is to develop these guys to be better ball players and eventually go play somewhere else at a higher level, affiliate baseball with an MLB organization. And particularly, specifically with the pitchers, the goal is to kind of simplify the game and simplify the delivery. And so talk about less moving parts from the stretch. That's right along with that as Hewitt singles this one out into left. He's on base for the first time this season. Second Mammoths base runner in this game.
It looked like that slider hung just a little bit, and Hewitt was able to get the bat head out in front. What you have to do, when Wozinski makes a mistake, take advantage of it. The slider wasn't bad. It was below the knees, but it looked like Hewitt either made the adjustment or was sitting slider. A little traffic on the base pass for the Mammoths.
1 on, 1 out for Denver Blinn. Swings and misses at a fastball, strike 1. Blinn out of West Fargo, North Dakota. Fouls that one back, 0-2. And going back to what we were talking about with the simple delivery of the stretch, I just remember Shane McCaddy drawing out a stick figure pitcher last year and showing us, particularly, at a basic level, the foundation of what they believe and how they try to relay that same information to these pitchers as Blinn goes down looking. 4th K already for Wozinski in the first 5 recorded outs. That's his first strikeout looking. And it was just
again picking the outside corner there, but yeah, with the simple delivery, just bring the leg up and deliver, push off the back foot, because I'm of the belief that the windup is kind of from an antiquated time, and you see guys having simpler and simpler ones. If you just go from the stretch, you don't have to think. Like you see Wazinski, he comes set, he brings the leg up and he delivers, and he's been pretty effective with it. And he's not losing any velocity.
And something about that for a guy that is high velocity like himself, it probably just makes it feel a little bit faster to the hitters, like it gets on you sooner because you have less time to get ready.
Right. And you can even speed it up a little more. Sometimes you bring the high leg kick. Sometimes you can do the slide step. There are things you can do out of the stretch to try to throw the hitter's timing off that doesn't necessarily, you can't get out of the windup, or you can play the game within the game out of the stretch as well.
3 pitches down on strikes goes Reese, Trahey, Wazinski. Feeling it on the mound right now. 5 strikeouts through 2 innings. It'll be the Hoppers batting in the bottom half of the second when we come back.
I'm all in with HR and Organizational Development Council.
I'm all in with Marketing and Business Development Council.
I'm all in with Operations and Member Experience Council.
I'm all in with CEO Council.
I'm all in with Lending Council.
I'm all in with CFO Council.
I'm all in with Technology Council.
Our credit union is all in with CUNA Councils.
You dreamed of starting a company, not an HR department, but your business has grown fast, and so have the complexities of payroll and taxes, benefits administration, and other HR functions. That's why your business needs a professional employer organization like Tryon Solutions. Tryon provides businesses of all sizes access to top-tier healthcare and employee benefit plans. With Tryon, you don't have to grow it alone. Visit RelyOnTryon.com.
You can always rely on Tryon.
It's been all pitching here in the early goings of this game between the Hoppers and the Mammoths. Jacob Wazinski with 5 strikeouts. Kyle Bischoff let 1 base runner get on in the bottom of the first, and that was due to an error by Lozada over at first base. And after that, 1, 2, 3. 2 strikeouts looking, 1 swinging. And he's going to try to resume that momentum here in the second, facing Schellenbarger, Flores, and Iazetta for the Hoppers.
And Bischoff didn't really make a mistake in that first inning. The only base runner he gave up was the error, and besides that, he looked like he came in, and there was no ramp-up period. He stepped on the mound, and he was ready to go.
First pitch to Schellenbarger, swing and a miss.
Looked a little indecisive. Maybe he was sitting something else. It looked he wanted to stop, and then he decided to. Wasn't the crispest swing from Schellenbarger.
Bischoff working quickly. Already ahead 0-2. The pitch clock has made its way to the USPBL. It's part of the reason Bischoff works so fast. Schellenbarger, swing and a miss. 3 pitches and a strikeout for Kyle Bischoff.
Schellenbarger never looked really confident in the box that at bat. It looked like he was guessing and guessing wrong, maybe overthinking that approach a little too much. And Bischoff, well, give him credit. He mixed up the speeds well, and he put Schellenbarger in knots as he walks back to the dugout.
Now Anthony Flores to bat. Outside corner with the slider.
That just got the outside
for
corner.
Strike 1. It's
he's been given that outside pitch, especially to the right-handed batters.
It's a favorable zone here in game 1. Grounded to short. Fielding is Blinn, throwing to first. Flores out by about a step. Did a nice job to at least make it close over there. Talking about the pitch clock here at the USPBL. Same rules as MLB, 15 seconds in between pitches. Start as soon as the pitcher is in the dirt with the ball in hand. Batters have to be ready by 8 seconds, and pitch has to be delivered by 0. The disengagements rule are the same as well. The batter is given 1 per at-bat. The pitcher is given 2. And if there's a runner on and they choose to pick off more than twice, that third pickoff, the runner has to be out or it is treated as a balk, so they are awarded the next base, and so are any other base runners on.
Are they trying to say there was a violation? I know Iazada was taking a long time to get up there.
And there you see the clock counting down on Bischoff. I did see that with our first base umpire. The count on the scoreboard says 0-2.
That should have been 3 if it was a violation on Iazeta coming up. That would have been strike 3. I just don't think it was communicated very well.
Yeah, I think this is strike 3. The Mammoths are coming off the field. It looks like our home plate umpire is going to discuss things with manager Ryan Kotke. Iazeta insistent that he's still up, and that will not be the case. 2 pitches and a strikeout for Kyle Bischoff, our first pitch clock violation of the 2023 USPBL season. Sends Iazeta down looking for the 5th strikeout for Bischoff, and we'll head to the 3rd, still tied at 0 here on the USPBL network.
First State Bank is a locally owned and operated business. We're part of your community. At fsbcares.com, you'll find ways that we're making a difference by featuring locally owned and operated businesses, providing access to helpful financial resources, and engaging with community. FSBcares.com is part of our commitment to the neighborhood because strong neighbors mean stronger communities. Where good neighbors do great things. Member FDIC, an equal housing lender.
They call me Prospects. Since the day I was born as a diver's watch, the challengers of the world have taught me many things. Life is not a numbers game. It's about challenging ourselves. No matter what happens, just follow your heart. These pioneers drive our generation forward. Not by setting records, but by never giving up. Keep going forward. Prospects.
Available at Lucido Fine Jewelry.
It's been pitching, and more pitching early on through 2 innings between the Hoppers and the Mammoths. Wazinski with 5 strikeouts already. Kyle Bischoff on the other side has 5 strikeouts. We'll see how many more these guys can get to. A reminder, today is a doubleheader to start the season, so 2 6-inning games gives an opportunity for both of these starters to go pretty deep, possibly get a complete game.
Yeah, and I talked about this in the pregame, already through the 2 innings, and no one really had a good swing. I mean, Florentino made decent contact. In reality, it probably should have been a single, had a little bit of help stretching it into a double. But we're already in the middle innings. Like, you don't have time to settle in. Beetle's coming up, and, well, this is his first at-bat, and we're in the 3rd. He might get 1 more. So there's not a whole lot of feeling out process you'll have all day.
Beetle's first pitch is well outside. Beetle, the DH today, works as a catcher. He'll catch in game 2 for Taylor Jellikowski, a guy that Jelly really likes. The projectables that he has as he grounds out to Pup over at short, 1 up and 1 down. Lineup flips over for Dixon to make his 2nd at bat here in the 3rd.
I had a battle the first time these 2 met. Let's see what adjustments Dixon makes and who takes game 2.
Shows bunt, drops a nice one down softly. Hughes is going to field, fire to first, not in time. Dixon showcasing his speed early. It was 9 pitches in the first at-bat, and this one, Dixon says, all right, let's get this done quickly. 1 pitch, and I'm on base.
Well, a couple things. One, I like the idea of Wazinski's mowing guys down. Let's try to get him out of the rhythm, show a bunt. But the other thing, Wozinski should have taken it. I know the catcher Hughes was calling him off, but he was right there. All he had to do was bend down, pick it up, and he could have flipped over. I think if he does that, I don't know if he gets it, but I know it's closer than if Hughes takes it. Wozinski was already right there. He had ran the distance, and I know the pitcher's supposed to default to everybody else, but in that instance, I thought he should have made an attempt to first.
Wave and a miss from Weber, and Hughes had to take the time to turn his body all the way towards first base. Like you talk about, Wozinski could have picked and fired pretty quickly. Dixon runs really well, though. Would have been tough to get him out over there at first base, and it's
a healthy lead over there for him at first, too.
Weber fouls it back 0-2, possibly a runnable pitch for Dixon here. 37 stolen bases in 48 attempts with the Kansas City Royals in affiliate ball back in the 3 seasons that he played in the minors.
That's a big lead. And with the disengagement rule, that one might be more important to the flow of the game than the pitch clock. He's getting a healthy lead. He's looking for that pitch to run on.
Weber fouls it back, still 0-2.
It's gone fastball last pitch. Don't be surprised if he tries to take off. Thinking changeup or something off speed.
And when is off speed, that's the slider at 77, and Weber is down. 6th strikeout for Wozinski.
That was right at the knees to Weber. Again, that's a nice pitch. There's not a lot Weber can do with it, but home plate umpire, he's been a pitcher's umpire so far today.
Florentino takes outside. That's very political way to put it. Pitcher's umpire.
Yeah, the short time I played baseball, I was a pitcher, and I appreciated when, hey, maybe it barely catches the knees or it barely catches the outside. It's a pitcher's umpire.
That's a check swing foul, 1-1. Dixon still with a healthy lead over at first. 2 down. Florentino swings, grounds this one to first. That is a foul ball as Marcoux made a nice athletic play to field that one.
Yeah, we need some of those next level analytics on the max height he got on there. He's probably a little disappointed that was a foul ball because that's a heck of a play just for it to be just another strike. Like, he got up. If that's fair and gets over his head, that's a double territory with how softly it was hit.
The 1-2. Swing and a miss, 83 on the changeup, and down goes Florentino. 7 strikeouts. Wozinski is cooking early. Nothing on the scoreboard for either squad. Hoppers are going to try to change that in the home half of the third after the break. Those of you that are familiar with JJ the Water Dog, he's back again for another season, brought to you by Michigan First Credit Union, always helping out our umpires, and he's only going to get more valuable as the year goes on and this weather gets warmer, delivering water and in return for treats. This is a fair trade between the umpire and JJ. And our DTE Kid Race, the mascot, per usual, a blowout. Pretty easily, our kid wins it again. I think the mascots were completely winless last season as Ribby loses the opener here in 2023. You think the mascots will ever win one of those?
I don't know. That's a whole lot of mascot that has to run around the bases, and those kids are amped up to be out there. That'd be a tough one. They get a lot of tries, though. Just takes one kid to slip. and give them the edge.
That's a good point. You never know. We did the ones who slipped last year were the mascots. I believe it was Ribby who lost his foot and then his head all in one race. Everything was falling apart for him there.
Not a good day. Bad day.
Whit Hughes takes a ball outside. 89 on the fastball from Bischoff. Hughes' first plate appearance this season, fouls it back. A guy who the Hoppers really liked last year, Ryan Kotke, with his assistant manager, John Dombrowski, who has now moved to be the head manager of the Beavers. Mike Rice, the assistant for the Hoppers this season, helped them out last year as well. Hughes was a guy that everybody in the managerial side of the Hoppers really liked last year. Fresh out of college, young guy. Thought he projected pretty well, had a lot of chances, a lot of potential to grow, and they think he's done some of that growing this offseason. Swing and a miss, down on strikes. 6th K for Bischoff.
He's doing such a good job changing speeds, changing locations. He'll go up, he'll go away, he'll keep it down, he'll locate the fastball. The off speed has been absolutely deadly for Bischoff today, and yeah, just had Hughes in knots. And you look through the line already, 8 batters, the 6 Ks and the 2 that weren't were weak ground balls. 1 was an error and 1, well, they got the out on.
Third baseman Todd Maddox up now. Looks at strike 1. '83 caught by Lozada over there at first. Maddox put a good swing on the changeup, but better defense behind Bischoff. 2 up, 2 down.
Saw what Marcoux did in the top half of the inning and said, all right, I'll raise you one. And on the backhand, that's probably the best swing anybody's had off of Bischoff yet today, and still have Maddox going back to the dugout.
The only base runner for the Hoppers so far was the leadoff man Pup, who reached on an error. Now he's up as the top of the order is up. Lozada sliding grab at first. Back-to-back nice plays from Priyama Lozada over there at first base. And it's a quick 1, 2, 3 inning for Kyle Bischoff in the third.
Companies are competing for talent like never before. With the complexities of handling tasks like payroll, benefits administration, and other HR functions, it's easy to see how a professional employer organization like Tryon Solutions makes all the difference. Tryon empowers businesses of all sizes to attract and retain talent by offering access to top-tier healthcare and employee benefit plans. With Tryon, you don't have to grow it alone. Visit RelyOnTryon.com.
You can always rely on Tryon.
At Ascension, Michigan, we're committed to being your first choice for healthcare. Our nationally recognized heart program is the leader throughout Michigan in minimally invasive heart valve procedures. For joint replacement, spine, and cancer care, patients choose our specialists for advanced care and treatment. And we also excel in the things that can't be measured. Listening more closely, caring more compassionately.
We've already talked about some of the good performances from Italian American Night here at the ballpark, and there's another one going on right now. Deep, soothing voice.
Again, I thought they were just playing It's Amore over the speakers. Nope. Look down, and he's singing down there, and it's just, yeah, it's. I cannot sing like that, so I am very envious of those who can.
Envious of a lot of people for a lot of things, particularly the way Jake Wazinski's throwing the ball right now, too.
Yeah, he's been, he's actually been the less good pitcher in this matchup. He's only given up 3 hits, and they've been kind of scattered. He struck out 7. The other thing I like for both these guys through 3, no walks. They've been attacking the zone, and even Wazinski's had a few 3-ball counts. He's kept on attacking, and he's worn down the batters.
And you mentioned the 3 hits. One of them is a drag bunt from Burl Dixon that barely got past the home plate dirt that he beat out over at first base as Alex Steinbach looks at strike one, and the lack of walks is really a surprise because even though the pitching is usually ahead of where the hitting is to start the year, that's something that we've seen. Guys struggle in their first couple starts with the command, with the ability to put the ball in the strike zone. Bischoff and Wazinski, the complete opposite. They are filling up this zone so much it's bursting.
Absolutely. And you look at that sequence right there. He started with the off-speed pitch 1. Fastball on the 0-1. Just misses up the ladder a bit on 0-2. Second time through the order is usually when you start to make the adjustments. But if I'm Steinbach, I have no idea what to expect.
Got him looking. Strike 3. Off-speed 82 with the slider. And Steinbach is down on K's for the second time today.
And the talk in the dugout for both sides has to be, especially if you're a righty, hey, if that ball is maybe a little bit off the plate away, you have to protect. That has been a strike in the first inning. It's a strike in the fourth. It's you just have to live with it. Whether you agree with it or not, that has been established as a strike here tonight.
And now the second time through the order as that slider finds its way into the zone. The second time through the order now, it's about making the adjustment. And
right.
You've had enough. We've seen enough hitters to understand that outside pitch, like you mentioned, that's going to be called a strike.
Well, and Wazinski's making adjustments. Second straight batter. He started off with an off-speed pitch. It looked like a changeup to the first batter. Slider there. Then he comes back with the fastball. And I think Wazinski knows, hey, I'm getting a little bit outside. Let's keep nibbling further and further away and see how far I can take this.
Fouled back. Lozada grounded out to third his first time up. We talked about the velo for Wazinski. It's been around 90 today. That slider right to Pup. Easy out over there at first. The fastball has been around 90. The slider and changeup low 80s. Slider's got some nice movement on it, too.
It does. It does, and that's what the Mammoths have been making contact with more often than not. And, yeah, you're right. It does have a lot of that horizontal break. Very curious to see with Hewitt coming up. Does he start with the off-speed for a third straight batter?
That one popped up. Shallow center. Pup going back. Coming on and making the grab instead is Iazetta. Again, 3 up, 3 down for Wazinski, and we head to the bottom of the fourth.
Throughout your life, from big moments to ones well-earned, we're your financial guardian angel. Alliance Catholic Credit Union.
USPBL dance crew getting it on here in the middle of the fourth as Kyle Bischoff trying to resume this fantastic start that he has had so far. 6 strikeouts through the first 9 outs. Only 1 base runner, and it's Pup on an error.
Yeah, and if I'm Ryan Kotke, I take a page out of Jelly's book, try to, hey, lay down a bunt. Just get him out of rhythm somehow, make them make a play. Because Kyle Bischoff right now is in the zone, he is attacking, and, well, through 3 innings, when you've struck out 6, yeah, that's a pretty ridiculous pace to be on. And even the contact that has been made, the hardest one was Maddox that hit a semi-hard line drive to the right side of the infield. Besides that, it's been soft contact or no contact at all.
Chandler Dunn steps up to the plate. You talk about the pace, the rate for Bischoff of strikeouts, much improved from professional ball last year. He averaged just 4 strikeouts per 9 innings as a reliever a season ago. In college, that was a number that was as high as 10 in his final collegiate season. Dunn on the ground. Lozada diving, can't make it. Past the second baseman as well. Hit a couple of Mammoths off Lozada and then Trahey, and Dunn reaches safely. And that is ruled a base hit, and the first hit that Kyle Bischoff has given up today. It comes here in the bottom of the 4th.
Well, that goes to the old adage, simply hit them where they ain't. And that was just a perfectly placed ground ball. Nothing really that Lozada or Trahey did wrong. Just it would have been a really tough play, and that's baseball. They'll make up for it, I'm sure, sometime down the road. Dunn will hit a scorching line drive right at someone, and it'll all even out.
It all comes around full circle, doesn't it?
Absolutely. Baseball is a very fickle game.
Marcoux takes strike 1, went down looking the first time up, and quickly 0-2. Swing and a miss. This time Marcoux down on strikes. And that is strikeout number 7 for Bischoff. It's just a race between him and Wazinski right now. Who's going to get to double digits first? Who's going to finish with the most? This is interesting. I think both of these guys certainly more than capable right now of finishing this game. There is some life in the Hoppers bullpen.
Looks like from right here, maybe Ethan Young warming up.
Grounded to second, step on the bag for 1, throw to first, got him. Nice double play from Reese Trahey, unassisted 4-3 double play, and the Hoppers are down just like that in the 4th. Still tied at 0 here on the USPBL Network.
Check your checking. If your account doesn't get you pumped, amped, or geeked, make the switch to Genius Checking from Genesis Credit Union. It's just genius.
Well, Jacob Wazinski's day is done, and what a day it was. 4 innings pitched, just 3 hits, all base runners stranded, no walks, and 8 strikeouts for the Diamond Hoppers starter. Taking over on the mound is Ethan Young, a right-hander out of Goodrich, Michigan, one of the younger guys in the league, 22 years old.
And right now, his job out of the pen, it feels like first run's going to win this game, so no pressure on Ethan, but feels like if he gives up a run, I don't know, again, if Bischoff's going to continue because, again, early, you want to keep that pitch count relatively low. I know that the top end for Wazinski was about 60, 65, but the way that both sides have been pitching, 1 run might win game 1 of this doubleheader.
There is some stirring in the Mammoths bullpen. Nobody officially warming up, though. We caught Ethan Young warming up at the end of that 4th inning, so he comes in to start the 5th here. He'll face Blinn, Trahey, and Beadle, 7, 8, 9 hitters for the Mammoths. A combined 0 for 3 are they in their first 3 plate appearances. Strikeout, strikeout, ground out. That's what Wazinski was able to do inside with the first pitch, ball 1 to Blinn is Young. Young, four-seam fastball, sinker, slider, splitter. So two of the high-speed pitches. Go with the two off-speed. He gets a wave and a miss there. In on the hands and fouled back. Blinn stands right on top of that home plate in that right-handed batter's box. And you see Young, the righty, trying to take advantage of that. He's gone inside twice already.
And if I'm all the right-handed batters for either side, I know that outside strike's being called. I'm going to crowd the plate, maybe give myself a little more barrel out there.
Off-speed slider at 65 miles an hour. Misses 2-2.
That's quite the difference. First time up, you're seeing low 90s, and now you're getting an off-speed at 65. That's a tough adjustment to make on the fly.
That one just off the plate. 3 balls, 2 strikes from Blinn. Full count to the leadoff man. Foul back. Just to the top of the screen, doesn't quite sneak over. Young from the windup, throws, popped up in on the hands again. This one's over to the first base side. Marcoux with an easy out.
No, we got to this point fairly quickly, but we're already in the 5th. Both sides running out of outs to work with. I feel like you have to try and make something happen. You have to shift your mentality with these 6-inning doubleheaders. When you get to this point and 0-0, you're now in scrap across a run mode. You're just trying to manufacture whatever you can.
And that's a strike on Trahey. He can't believe it, and I got to tell you, I'm with him. 1-1 now.
Like I said, pitcher's umpire.
Young roped foul.
And sometimes with that strike call that's borderline, when a catcher doesn't catch it cleanly and they drop it, sometimes that can make it look worse than it is. The one thing they talk about with catchers is stealing strikes and the frame rate, and the works to the opposite. When you drop one or you let a ball trail off your glove, that can make it look worse than it actually was.
Swing and a miss, blew the fastball by him. Mid-80s on that one from Young, and that's a strikeout. His first coming on in relief.
Just looking at the box score, you wouldn't know Wozinski went out of the game. Young picks up right where Wozinski left off with a pop out and a strikeout. Granted, you're in the bottom third of the order, but you're doing a really nice job. And we're gonna get a new baseball. Looks like
that is Ethan Young's first pro strikeout, so he'll get to save that one as a souvenir.
It's funny, Young seemed the least worried about it out of
I think he didn't know he was supposed to keep it.
All right.
Swing and a miss on the off-speed breaking ball there.
Have to like that attitude, Ryan Kottke. He's focused on the game.
He's focused,
because this is essentially the top of the 8th inning in a scoreless game. Not a lot of time left. He's trying to go 1-2-3 in his first outing here this year.
He's gone 1-2 so far. Got Blinn to pop out. Trahey on the strikeout. 1-1 on Beetle. That one's popped up. Is it going to stay in play? A lot of foul ground here. Right side, Marcoux is under it. 3 up and 3 down in the first professional appearance for Ethan Young. A nice job. Keeps it scoreless on the board. It's still 0-0 between the Hoppers and the Mammoths. Pop out, strikeout, pop out. to end the away half of the 5th inning. Kara Wolfbauer is standing by down there over at third base. She's going to have an interview with Ryan Kotke coming up in just a moment, head manager for the Eastside Diamond Hoppers. And let's go to Kara now.
Right, Carol Wolfbauer here today with Ryan Kotke, the Eastside Diamond Hoppers manager. So as we've seen already today, it's been quite the pitcher's duel.
Yes.
Wazinski has had 8 strikeouts, Bischoff 7 strikeouts, especially as we're facing Bischoff tonight. What have you been telling your hitters? What adjustments to make at the plate?
I mean, Bish looks great today. I mean, I don't know how many adjustments we can make when somebody's on that well. It's just hopefully getting your pitch, finding that fastball, and finding a barrel like Chandler did a little bit there. We just got to battle at the dish.
And Young just stepped up to the plate, making his debut of the season, doing quite well coming off of Wazinski. So tell me about what you tell them as they're stepping up to the mound tonight.
The biggest thing for the staff was just throwing strikes. If we can throw strikes, we trust in our defense like we have, in spring training and now today, and we've done the job so far.
Thank you, Coach. Thank you so much. Good luck with the rest of the game. Let's send it back up to the guys in the booth.
Thank you, Kara. And Ryan Kotke makes a really good point. I don't know what else you can do against Bischoff. You mentioned maybe laying down a bunt. There's only a few guys in this Hoppers lineup who kind of stand out as maybe bunt candidates. As Schellenbarger pops the first pitch over to left field. Caught by Weber. 1 pitch and 1 out.
Yeah, and maybe some guys have to go a little out of their comfort zone. Maybe you're not a guy that's going to lay down a lot of bunts throughout the year, but just have to find something to get Kyle Bischoff out of his rhythm. I mean, sometimes you can go with the adage, hey, like in basketball, you're missing shots, shoot or shoot, just keep swinging away. You just got to barrel one up, but just try to get something because the defense hasn't had to do too much today. You haven't put any stress on them. Maybe if you lay down a bunt, you saw already 1 error today from the Mammoths. Maybe you can force another, but this is a tough nut to crack with Kyle Bischoff.
Flores looks at a ball high, 1-0. Chopped foul. Ball and a strike on Flores, who grounded out his first time up. So Bischoff going another inning longer than Wazinski did. He's here in the 5th, trying to continue this scoreless stretch. Ahead on Flores here, 1-2. That one skips in the dirt.
That's really a very rare bad miss. Even when Bischoff hasn't found the zone, it's been just off the plate, just a hair up. There haven't been many easy takes for the Diamond Hoppers all evening long.
I think he tugged the change up a little bit there. 2-2. On the ground to third. Diving stop. What a play. Throw over to first from Steinbach. Couldn't be caught by Lozada. Flores might have beat that out anyways. But how about the grab from Steinbach over there on the hot corner? Nonetheless, an infield base hit for Anthony Flores.
Heck of a play. I'm going to be curious to see how they score it because that could have been both, but that was a heck of an effort. The throw over was the only thing in question. It would have been bang, bang, but you have a runner on first for the Diamond Hoppers. See if you can get one of the base knock, find a gap, push across the first run of the day.
Decently hard hit off the bat as well from Flores. Probably a hit. It goes up on the scoreboard as a hit. The second
that's the right
of the day.
call.
This one's chopped to second. They'll just go to second base as Trahey was pulled off a little bit. They don't get 2.
That's a good thing Bischoff has had such high strikeout numbers. That's about the 3rd time today that they just have looked a little out of sync. It looks like it's opening day for them. That was as tailor-made of a double play ball as you can get. And it wasn't the throw over as much as Lozada struggled a little bit at first, picking the ball out of the dirt. He had the error back in the first. I thought if they were going to give an error on that hit, it would have been to Lozada again. A pick in the dirt's usually tough. You're not really supposed to give them. But you'd like to see that out of your first baseman and know that a little in the dirt, it wasn't that bad of a throw. You can pick it up.
Izetta reaches on the fielder's choice. So now Hughes batting with 1 on and 2 down. Struck out once already. That was the 6th strikeout. Runner goes. Popped foul over the netting, out of play.
And like trying to put some action on the base pass. There's been limited base runners, but we haven't seen a pickoff attempt yet. So with the new rules, with the disengagement, something else Bischoff has to think about. And if you're thinking about the guy on the base paths, maybe you're not thinking as much about the guy at the plate, and he hangs one and puts one over the plate.
That one low. Ball and 2 strikes on Hughes. Good eye. That one's pretty close to take with the way the strike zone has been today.
I think that's what Bischoff's thinking. How much can I get away with? I'm ahead 1-2. Why not see if I can push the limits?
2-2 now. Swing and a miss. Got him for the 7th strikeout of the day for Kyle Bischoff. And if that's it for him, it has been a fantastic day. Check that, 8 Ks in 5 innings for the new starter for the Westside Woolly Mammoths, and we're still tied at 0.
Check your checking. If your account doesn't get you pumped, amped, or geeked, make the switch to Genius Checking from Genesis Credit Union. It's just genius.
Aaron Caruso, the performer in between innings today on Italian-American night. He's got the crowd into it. A good crowd on opening day, despite a little bit of a chillier day. The lawn is pretty filled out there in right field. The Chevy Pavilion's loaded. The grandstand's here behind home plate. The umbrellas busy tonight down the first and third base lines as well. And they're watching a good game. Scoreless through 5. We've got 1 inning left. This is the last chance for the Mammoths to put anything on the board before we have to go into extras.
Yeah, why not come? It's a beautiful ballpark, great spot to watch, even if you are out in the pavilion or on the lawn. There's still not a bad view of the ball game.
Not a bad seat in the
especially when you have 2 pitchers dealing, that really makes things go by quickly. We've been playing for maybe an hour. We started a little later than 5:30 at 6:42 right now. We'll call it about an hour even. If you can get through 5 innings in an hour, again, in the big leagues, you're seeing with the pitch clock, it's not uncommon to play 9 innings in under 2 hours, especially when you have guys dealing.
Ethan Young, in his first professional appearance, will come out for the 2nd inning in relief. Face the top of the order, and you mentioned that pitch clock, Brady, how quick it makes things as Dixon ropes that one foul. Look out at the umbrellas. But yeah, it's sped everything up, and with the guys dealing on the mound and the lack of offense, all of a sudden, 6:43, we're here in the last inning.
Well, it also gives a good rhythm to the game. As a fan, I found myself in games, whether it's on TV or in the ballpark, you're not looking down at your phone as much. You're not getting distracted
You'll miss
because
something.
every 10, 15 seconds you are getting some sort of action, where before it could be 20, 30 seconds in between pitches.
I do think that the clock, from a fan perspective, and at a place like Jimmy John's Field, you have the ability, the luxury even of, if you leave your seat, you're still within sight line of the field. You hear a crack of the bat, you hear the crowd, roar a little bit. You can turn and look and probably find the field, but you go to a major league ballpark, you get up to go to the bathroom, you miss an inning and a half, 2 innings.
Right, because you're going to have the long lines. Sometimes you're going to have a long way to go. And, yeah, here at Jimmy John's, you're out at the Chevrolet Pavilion. You're in line for a drink out there. You can turn around and see. You're walking over down to the lawn or to get something. You're even just a step or two away, and usually lines aren't as long as you'd get at a big league ballpark.
So it is nice from home watching on television, or for those that work in the industry, I think, making the days a little bit shorter. But as a fan, purely baseball consumption, as Dixon has another good at-bat and works a walk here, purely from baseball consumption, it is a little bit diminished. You have less luxury of being able to kind of take your time around the ballpark and stuff. I think about it for like a really good baseball team. Do you think about a popular team like the Yankees, or a really good team like the Braves or somebody, the Dodgers, teams that are selling out their ballpark every night? Are you going to want to get up to go to the bathroom in the middle of a game as a fan? You're going to miss 3 innings with how long you're going to have to wait.
You're going to miss some action
of good baseball.
And that's going to, you're going to see an adjustment over time through all this. But again, you take it back here is, I think that even with the full house here, you can usually get up and go to the merch store, do everything pretty quickly. But with Dixon on first, he is testing the limits over there at first. I'm waiting for him to take off. I thought he should have taken off last time he was on. He's on for another time. He's got speed. We still have yet to see him move over to first. Try and swipe a bag. We're in the top of the 6th. Try and take the lead. Put yourself in scoring position.
Faked like he was going to go for a second. Pulled it back. It's 2-1. Perhaps maybe one more batter Dixon is waiting for. No outs on first. Probably don't want to make that first out over at second base. Hughes behind the dish is a capable catcher. Rope down the right field line, and that's a fair ball. Dixon around second, going to third, all the way to the corner as Schellenbarger gets it. Dixon will be held by Taylor Jellikowski at third base. Nobody out, and 2 in scoring position on the Nick Weber double.
Just barely tucked it inside that right field line. And now you can be very conservative. I like the hold at third. Nobody out. You have speed there. Just have to hit a ground ball up the middle. I'm assuming the infield will come in. Even so, if you hit it hard enough, or you just hit it not right at someone, you don't have a lot of time to move laterally. So it has to be hit right at them with the infield in. Hit a fly ball. You can take the lead here in the 6th.
Florentino fouls the first pitch off and on the hands, and Ethan Young, welcome to the pro world. Got a jam to work out of here. Nobody out, 2 in scoring position.
There's some action in the Diamond Hopper bullpen. Let's see how long of a leash Ryan Cockey wants to have.
That's in for a strike. Quickly ahead, 0-2, just what you want on Florentino. Perhaps the best result here for Young would be a strikeout, get that first out of the way.
Absolutely. Then with the 4-hole hitter, maybe you think about loading the bases to put the double play in order.
0-2. Outside.
Hughes tried to sell it. He tried to bring it back in, but home plate umpire wasn't going to go that far outside. He's been given the outside pitch all day, but not quite that far out.
Dixon at third, Weber at second, Florentino at the plate. Big bender misses inside, 2-2.
Right idea, wrong execution. I like he's been going fast, inside front door breaking ball, and it just didn't have the spin it needed. I really like the idea, though.
2-2 inside, just tipped it. 77 on the splitter.
Now after working away, 2 in on the hands. I like how he's trying to change locations. 2-2 again. This is the chess match you play. Looks like they're setting up a bit outside.
Ball just misses. Boy.
That was the pitch he was looking for two pitches ago. And what else do you want him to do? Oh, I thought Florentino was going to get rung up. That's a heck of a pitch by Young.
Now a full count. And that one's low. What an at-bat by Francis Florentino. Falls behind 0-2. Fought off a couple foul barely nicked what would have been strike 3, and he works it full into a walk to load the bases with nobody out here in the top half of the 6th, the final inning in Game 1 of our straight 2-game doubleheader.
And the walk is not the worst case scenario. It's better than hanging one over the plate and a crooked number going up. Let's see if Young is even going to pitch to this batter, if Hughes went out to calm him down or to buy some time for the reliever out there in the pen.
Looks like Young will face Steinbach. First pitch, fastball, strike 1.
I think Steinbach had one thing on his mind with that swing, and it was not push one through the infield.
That's Brett Irwin, the righty out of Fairfield, California, warming up. Steinbach, 2 strikeouts today, 1 swinging, 1 looking in the first and 4th innings, respectively. Both of those came against Wazinski, who had a fantastic start. 4 innings, 8 Ks, no walks, no runs. Slider got him swinging. That's strike 2.
That pitch up near the letters, the breaking ball, yeah, it looks tempting, swings through it. That's one you want to try to elevate and just drive in the run. I know you want to put one in a gap, get a lot across. Just find a way to get Dixon home from third.
1-2. Ooh, Steinbach thought about it on that outside corner, lays off of it, and that's a good eye for ball 2.
And that's a 50-50 the way the strike zone's been today. And you heard the Diamond Hopper dugout try and sell it a little bit. They thought they had the punch out, not to be.
High fly ball, left field. That one's back. It's caught just in front of the warning track by Flores. All runners will tag. Florentino stopped at first to throw back. They got him over at first base. 1 runner scores. Dixon on the tag. Florentino couldn't tag from first, and they double him up. That's a big second out for the Hoppers on a nice defensive play.
Well, that does a good job of minimizing the damage because you're only down a run. Hey, you can make that work. You get a guy on, you bunt him over, you try to cause some chaos on the base pass. You can manufacture 1 run. If the runners are on first and third with only 1 away, another fly ball like that scores him. You're down 2. Obviously that's more than just being down 1, but it's a little more deflating knowing that you got to get a guy on before the tying run's even coming to the plate.
Popped up to center, and there it is. The 3rd out, only 1 run comes across with the bases loaded and nobody out for the Mammoths. The big double play negates what likely would have been more runs, and the Hoppers have to put 1 on the board at the bottom of the 6th after this.
We build roads, bridges, wind farms and pipelines, schools to skyscrapers. Our members create monuments. We operate. We're the operators and mechanics behind the advanced heavy machines that move Michigan forward. We maintain boilers and HVAC. Our members run the complex heating and cooling systems that we all depend on. Our training is second to none, and safety is our priority. We are Operating Engineers 324, and we keep Michigan running.
Fifth Third Extra Time helps you do you better. So kick back and relax. You have extra time to avoid overdraft fees. Fifth Third Extra Time. This is banking a Fifth Third better.
Why are all these business owners smiling? Because they rely on Tryon to handle difficult and time-consuming HR tasks like payroll, benefits administration, and more. Working with one of the nation's top professional employer organizations provides access to top-tier healthcare and employee benefit plans and Tryon's team of attorneys and HR experts. With Tryon, you don't have to grow it alone. Visit RelyOnTryon.com.
You can always rely on Tryon.
So no more Kyle Bischoff for the Mammoths taking over on the mound. Is number 41, Jeff Wilson, the right-hander out of Plano, Texas. Bischoff ends his day with a fantastic 5 innings, gave up just 3 hits, 8 strikeouts, and no walks.
I can't really ask more out of your opening day starter than that. put your team in a position to succeed. You have the lead coming into the bottom now. All you have to do, get 9-1-2 out, and you take game one in pretty quick fashion.
Wilson spent 3 seasons in college at Louisiana Lafayette. 38 appearances there. Some starts, some relief. Gets his first professional experience in relief. He'll face 9-1-2, Maddox, Pup, and Dunn here in the bottom of the 6th. The last chance for the Hoppers to tie or win this game. Maddox 0 for 1 right now, grounded out to the first baseman his first time up.
This situation, leadoff batter, so important. One, obviously, he represents the tying run. He gets on, the winning run comes to plate. But two, you don't want to give the momentum as some of the better hitters at the top of the order come up to bat. That's really when you get in a sticky situation. You get a runner on, Alex Pup comes up, and you see who's following him. Yeah, you don't want to give them a chance to end the game on one swing of the bat.
Wilson, a 4-pitch mix. Each of the fastballs, 4 and 2 seam. He's got a third one as a cutter, and a changeup and a slider. A lot of similar pitches with just slight variations. The 1-2.
The biggest thing with that, instead of changing eye level, changing direction, it's going to be changing speeds. Instead of getting them moving in and out, it's forward and back, getting them on their front foot or having the late swing with so many similar pitches. You're not going to get them, with the big sweeping slider. You're going to get them out on their front foot or late on a pitch.
Got him with the slider. Strike 3 looking on the front foot, and Maddox goes down for the first out.
Beautiful break on the front door. Looks like it's coming in on the hands, and it breaks just enough in. Yeah, that's a really nice sequence to start out of the pen.
There's only been 4 base runners for the Hoppers today, Pup being one of them as he led off the game for the Hoppers, reaching on an error. Got all the way around to third, but was eventually stranded there. Oh, 1. This one's out into the gap and right. That will drop for a base hit. Alex Pup gets on with 1 out, and that's the tying run over there at first base. Brings up Chandler Dunn. 1 for 2 today, single and a strikeout.
Didn't necessarily hit it hard last time, just went the opposite way. Put it in the right spot. Middle infield playing really in double play depth. They're playing tight to that second base bag.
Outside corner for strike 1.
Look at the outfield. They're actually playing Dunn to go the opposite way. Not by a lot, but Dixon out in center, about 10, 15 feet shaded to the right center gap.
Outside with the slider. There's a look at the defense. Infield at double play depth. A double play would end it. Swing and a miss, strike 2. Dunn hit 300 in college at the NAIA level at Oakland City in Indiana. That one skips in the dirt. Good block by Hewitt behind the plate.
Right now, a strikeout's a better result than putting one hard in the dirt. Take a bit of a healthy hack. Don't want to just try to make contact, because if you make contact, game could be over. And you know you have a good batter waiting behind you. Take a healthy swing, and if you strike out, it means you at least get one more chance.
2-2, swing and a miss. There it is. Strike 3 for Dunn. The second strikeout in 3 batters for Wilson. And now it's all up to Noah Marcoux. Lefty-righty, 1 on, 2 out, bottom 6th. Here in Game 1 of this 2023 season.
The way this game's gone, Brendan, let me ask you this. Do you get a little gutsy and maybe try to put a hit and run on and really try to force the issue? You don't want to get thrown out on the base pass, but seemingly desperate times for the Diamond Hoppers.
Ryan Kottke doesn't seem to subscribe to a very aggressive base running style. That goes along with the roster he has as well. But Alex Pup is aggressive over there at first. I wouldn't be surprised if he made an executive decision. Fakes like he was going to go there, 1-1. Pup has been known a couple times to try to take the extra bag. Sometimes it results in success. Other times it didn't work out. He'll force a step off from Wilson with some movement over there.
Now with
first disengagement.
Yeah, with the first disengagement, how does that change things up? Knowing that if he has one more over, you don't think he's going to balk you over. Maybe you try, you see inching off the first base a little more. This is the game within the game with all these new rules, the extra chess pieces both sides are afforded.
So you see there, I think that was a timeout by Marcoux. Nothing changed on the scoreboard. Still 1-1. That one skips past, and Pup can be aggressive and go to second. In the dirt, Hewitt couldn't block it that time, and I guess there's your answer, Brady. They don't even have to make the decision. It's made for them. Pup, the tying run, is in scoring position.
Yeah, helps when the ball just gets away. Breaking ball a little too low in the dirt. I think it bounced off a home plate. That's a tough block. And now the tying run on second base. Just have to find a way to punch it through.
Marcoux's in a good count. He's a pretty clutch hitter. We saw him come up big in a couple spots last year. Takes inside, 3-1.
That's not a bad pitch. Marcoux's crowding the plate, so it might look in on the hands, but might be catching a bit of the plate. That's not a bad miss from Wilson.
Thought about it, and he walked him. Noah Marcoux just keeps the inning alive, taking the first walk from Wilson. First and second now for Joe Burke. First pitch to Burke, catches the corner on the outside, strike one.
It's a gutsy pitch. Two runners on, you throw an off-speed pitch after walking a guy, and you dot it perfectly on the outside corner. That's a heck of a first pitch to the big power bat of Joe Burke.
That one tried to go to the same spot, just left it a little bit more outside, 1-1. Burke last season, .250 average, 900 OPS, had 4 bombs. 1-1. This one's to left, and that's going to drop. Pup rounding third. He's going to come home. The throw to the plate is up the first base line. He slides in safely, and that's a game-tying base hit from Joe Burke here in the 6th.
Heck of an approach. Got the barrel on it. Burke hit a hard line drive, and while that throw never gave anyone a chance, Pup in to score, and all of a sudden the pressure switches from the Diamond Hoppers now. Wilson on the bump has to sit there and no, the game ends with another base knock.
Schellenbarger skies this one to right. That's deep, going back to the warning track. Florentino at the wall, he leaps, he caught it! Francis Florentino saves the day for the Mammoths. Absolute robbery, and we have extras to open the season.
Baseball is a very fickle game. That was about to be a great way to end it, and nope. Florentino had other ideas. A little extra free baseball for these fans here at Jimmy John's.
Wow, well, this is perfect that we start this year in extra innings. We're going to stand by and watch this coin toss before we step aside and explain the extra inning rules. For those of you that don't know, we'll play 1/2 inning of baseball. That coin toss that you see right there is going to determine who will hit or who will pitch. It looks like Ryan Kottke won the coin toss, and he's going to elect to pitch. So there is going to be a runner on first for the Mammoths. No outs on the scoreboard. The Hoppers are going to take the field. If the Mammoths get a run, game over. If the Hoppers get 3 outs before the Mammoths score, game over, and the Hoppers win in a scoreless 7-inning game. We'll step aside and take a quick break. Extra innings here on opening day from the USPBL.
What are the odds that we're neighbors, where you've known each other our whole lives, and both tear the exact same things in this exact same knee?
So an ACL tear is an injury to the main stabilizing structure of the knee.
You want a good team around you, because then you know that what you're doing is going to help you in the long run.
My message to everyone who's helped me, thank you so much, because you guys helped me progress so much.
Also hearing it from a friend that's went through the exact same thing, I think sort of helps that know that there's a bright side at the end.
Brett Irwin is going to take the extra 7th inning for the Eastside Diamond Hoppers, and it's a pretty big spot to make your first professional start.
Yeah, no kidding. And this is a high-pressure situation, and I really like the way they do this here in the USPBL. One, it gets it going. You know right away, hey, we got one more half inning. You don't have to worry about a 15-inning game. But two, now you have the strategy, okay? Do you pinch run for the runner at first, who is supposed to be Priamo Lozada, but because he made the last out for Westside? Do you bunt the first guy over? Do you move him to second? How do you attack this? And, well, this is where you get to have a lot of fun as the managers. Well, we think it's fun because we don't have to make the decisions. I'm sure.
And we don't win or lose.
Yeah, right?
We win no matter what.
Yeah, we want everyone to have fun. And, well, we've had fun here on opening day.
So Irwin takes over on the mound. It is going to be Ward Hacklin out of Columbia International in South Carolina, who pinch runs for Priamo Lozada. And I think that's a pretty clear decision as Taylor Jellikowski, who we're only playing a half inning.
Right.
So there's no defensive ramifications that you have to consider. You take the fastest
guy. This is the end of the line. You're burning the boats. It's time. It's either win or lose here. So if you have a faster guy, and both sides don't have a very deep bench today, you go to your faster guy. I like it. Now, do you try to steal and get real aggressive?
So it'll be Hewitt, Blinn, and Trahey, 6, 7, 8 hitters where the Mammoths left off. Hewitt rifles one back to the screen for strike one. Irwin, 4-seam fastball along with a 2-seam, changeup and slurve. Spent 4 seasons at UC Davis and then a 5th season in college at Maine. As Hewitt pops this one up, this might scoot out of play. Hughes racing over. It does get back a couple rows into the grandstands. Irwin made about 40 starts in 64 appearances in college, a 4.04 ERA in almost 270 innings. Plenty of competitive experience on the bump for the righty.
You're Irwin, you're up 0-2. This ball should not be above the shins. Try to get him to pound something in the dirt.
That one's way high.
Well,
announcer's jinx, huh?
I guess. Shows what I know.
1-2 now on Hewitt.
Now he's changing. I'll change my narrative. He was changing eye level so he can go low now and get the ground ball.
Down.
There we
now
go.
Below the shin.
Yeah, he was just using an extra pitch to set it up. He had a waste pitch he could use.
That one is down, but outside as well. Check swing, appeal to our field umpire. Says he did not go. 2-2. Hacklin, decent secondary lead over there at first. This one skied in between left and center. It looks like it's going to be the center fielder, Iazetta, making the grab. He would put a good swing on it. A pretty good at bat, but that's one out. We have seen these extra innings with these rules result in some wild finishes last season. Last year was the first year it was implemented here in the USPBL, and a huge credit to those behind the scenes that conceptualized and created this idea of how do we make extra inning baseball sudden death and fun. So we're not here
without making it cheap, and not without making it not baseball.
We're not here for 12, 13, 14 innings, for 4 overtimes like that Carolina Hurricanes and Florida Panthers hockey game the other night. How can we make it entertaining and short? And this idea is perfect, and the results it has garnered have been astonishing. First pitch, runner goes. Hacklin down to second. That's a good throw. Slide, no. Safe is Ward Hacklin on a pretty good throw and tag. And now the runner's in scoring position. That's the winning run over at second base.
And with the jump he had before Hughes fired down, I didn't think he had a shot. And then he let the ball go, and it zipped down there. And what looked like to be an easy stolen base turned into a bang-bang play. If that ball's on the right side of the bag instead of the left, we might have 2 away.
That's a pretty good throw from Hughes. 1-0 half swing from Blinn, and that's a strike. 1-1. But we've seen the extra innings result in walk-off home runs. We've seen walk-off double plays from the defense. We saw a fly out to center and a throw out at home last year. Up and in, 1-2. We saw bases loaded 4-2-3-2 double play to end a game last year.
That's one heck of a double play.
Blinn waits, Irwin sets, delivers outside. The Mammoths, in particular, it's pretty fitting that they start their season in extra innings. They were 0-11 in extra inning games a season ago.
You just feel like the math says you have to. Like baseball's a game that evens out over time. Like 0-11 in sudden death half innings. That's, well, I'm sure the Mammoths don't want to hear it, but that's tough to do. Like.
I mean, does baseball even out over the course of 2 seasons? Do they go?
Yeah, right.
Are they going to?
Are they going to be the extra inning kings this year?
Yeah. This first one will set the tone for the rest of the year. 2-2 as Blinn stayed alive after that last foul ball. Swing and a miss. Irwin elevated with the fastball, and that's 2 down. Last chance for Reese Trahey.
Hasn't put a ball in play yet. 2 strikeouts on the day. Now would be as good a time as any for his first hit.
Trahey, a former Spartan, 4 seasons at Michigan State. Missed most of his last season. That was back in 2022 due to an injury early in the year. He looks at strike 1. Kind of a tool guy who can play all 9 positions, hit anywhere in the order. Trying to make a name for himself here at the USPBL.
Walk off on opening day is a good way to make your name for yourself.
Big lead over there at second for Hacklin, and rightfully so. He has to try to score on pretty much anything.
I like the big secondary lead. Going to third really doesn't do too much for you, especially when you're getting that secondary, so you get an extra, 40 feet? Yeah, you see how deep the outfield's playing? That I like that.
Now Hacklin does go. They are going to throw down to third. That's a good throw. Oh, he's safe. That is a tough call. The throw by Hughes was perfect. Maddox with the tag was right on the bag. And I tell you, to everybody in the ballpark, it looked like Hacklin was out at third.
So even if it wasn't, and looking at it again, it was hard to tell, but I thought he got him. But why? Because you're getting that big secondary lead, a base hit up the middle, the outfield's playing deep enough, you score anyway.
2-1, check swing, didn't go. 3-1 on Trahey. Now Trahey's at bat significantly changes. His approach is very different now, especially in a 3-1. We've seen games ended on wild pitches and pass balls in the USPBL, and there's a chance that happens here with the winning run 90 feet away. Trahey swing and a miss to fill the count at 3-2.
was a really long swing from him. It looked like it took a while for the barrel to get through the zone on that swing. Shorten that up. There's two away. You can either get on base any way you can, pass the buck to the next guy, Beetle, or just try to punch one up the middle. A lot of grass past the pitcher.
That one's got him. Strike 3. Outside edge. Irwin paints the corner and puts a 1 in the win column for the Hoppers.
And how fitting that it's that outside strike happened all game long, and a beautiful pitch to end it. And the Diamond Hoppers, well, they take game 1, and that was a pretty fun finish in that extra inning.
Absolutely. It was completely pitchers through the first 5, and then in the 6th we finally get a little bit of offense off the relievers. The Mammoths score 1. The Hoppers match it in the home half of the 6th, and then in the extra inning, half inning of the 7th, the Hoppers defense comes up. Brett Irwin with a pop out and back-to-back strikeouts to end it. The Diamond Hoppers take game 1 of this doubleheader and of this 2023 USPBL season.
And how about that robbed home run? Diamond Hoppers should have won it in the 6th, but Florentino made maybe that play is going to be tough to beat the rest of the year, and it was game number 1.
And it's his first game as well with this new team with the Mammoths, and they continue their struggles in extra innings. We'll see what happens in game 2. It'll be Luke Drummond against Garrett Martin coming up in about 30 minutes here on the USPBL Network. Stick around. We've got stuff coming up in between the games. We've got the ring ceremony for the Birmingham Bloomfield Beavers from last season. We've got the starting lineups for game 2. All that and more coming up on the USPBL Network. Hoppers win the first one of the year against the Mammoths.
Eastside, we're the Diamond Hoppers. Ain't too many of the teams can defeat us. You on the sideline, warming up the benches. Need a lesson? I can show you, I can teach ya. You see a Diamond Hopper fan, point 'em out. 8, 5 ball, catch a frog, walk it out. 8, every time you score, I'm throwing up my diamond. Both hands in the air, same timing. Let's rock. Diamond Hoppers, Eastside Diamond Hoppers. Diamond Hoppers, we the Eastside Diamond Hoppers. Diamond Hoppers, Eastside Diamond Hoppers. Diamond Hoppers, we the Eastside Diamond Hoppers.
Slide into a new home. Work with a local mortgage pro who works for you. Get a cheaper, faster, easier home loan. Find a mortgage broker near you today at findamortgagebroker.com.
At Ascension, Michigan, we're committed to being your first choice for healthcare. Our nationally recognized heart program is the leader throughout Michigan in minimally invasive heart valve procedures. For joint replacement, spine, and cancer care, patients choose our specialists for advanced care and treatment. And we also excel in the things that can't be measured. Listening more closely, caring more compassionately.
Fifth Third Bank. Yeah, it's a quirky name. But here's the thing, 5/3 equals 166.7%. So we put 166.7% into everything we do. Like automatically getting you your paycheck up to 2 days early, giving you well-deserved extra time to avoid overdraft fees, and helping you borrow from your future self. This is banking a Fifth Third better.
There are things you can rely on in this world, like your dog being happy to see you, coffee getting you through the day, and the government changing business regulations. And when it comes to navigating those regulations, you can rely on Tryon and its team of attorneys. Tryon can also tackle time-consuming HR tasks like payroll and employee benefits, so you can stay focused on growing your business. With Tryon, you don't have to grow it alone. Visit RelyOnTryon.com.
You can always rely on Tryon.
Throughout your life, from big moments to ones well earned, we're your financial guardian angel. Alliance Catholic Credit Union.
We're the financial champion of Michiganders. Whether you're a goal-getter or dream chaser, an empty nester or up-and-comer, anyone in Michigan can bank with us. Michigan Schools and Government Credit Union.
Throughout your life, from big moments to ones well earned, we're your financial guardian angel. Alliance Catholic Credit Union.
There are many things you can rely on in this world, like a sunny day brightening your mood, your mom baking the world's best apple pie, and never a dull moment in running your business. And when it comes to time-consuming HR tasks, you can rely on Tryon. Tryon can handle payroll and taxes, employee benefits, and more, so you can stay focused on attracting and retaining the best talent. With Tryon, you don't have to grow it alone. Visit RelyOnTryon.com.
You can always rely on Tryon.
What's up, Jimmy Johns Field? My name is Carol Wolfbauer, and unfortunately, as you all know, we had to cancel opening day. But there's no worries, we would never let you guys miss out on all of the fun. So instead, tonight we will be showing some fireworks, still doing the Beavers championship ceremony, and we had some special interviews for you guys we were supposed to show yesterday, but instead, we will show you them today. So let's check those out now. I'm Carol Wolfbauer. I'm here with Nick Caruso today, the now assistant manager of the Utica Unicorns. For our diehard fans, you might remember him from last season, number 13 from the Westside Woolly Mammoths, a catcher and a first baseman. So Nick, how are you doing today? Thanks for joining us.
I'm doing well. Thanks for having me.
So like I said, Nick is now an assistant manager. So how does it feel to come from being a player to now watching it from the other side, actually being a manager and helping coach these guys?
It's definitely a different experience. My dream was always to play professional baseball, and I was blessed enough to have that opportunity. Some injuries here and there kind of pushed it away quicker than I would like, but now I get the chance to enhance and develop these players and help them chase their dreams. So I've had the opportunity to coach at Macomb Community College with the Mammoths manager, Taylor Jellikowski. So it kind of got my feet wet a little bit and got me going, and I'm excited to get back into pro ball.
So coaching at Macomb and now coming to coach here, what is that transition like? Is it similar? Is it different? Tell us a little bit about that.
It's going to be a little bit less hands-on. You know, these guys in professional baseball have been around the yard. They played at a high level of college. You know, we're working with 17 and 18-year-olds over at Macomb, so it's a lot more hands-on, just kind of focusing more on the fundamentals. these guys, we like to stay hands off unless they really come to us and look for something. But whatever they need, I'll do anything to help them.
And how has it been coaching them so far this season? I know we're just early on. We had spring training, and we're heading into opening day right now. First pitch coming soon. And so what has that been like so far?
It's been fun. We went 7 straight days of spring training, so watching these guys compete. We have a lot of talent. The Unicorns specifically across the infielder. We had like 2 very elite level defenders at each position in the infield, so we had to move a couple to the Beavers. But just seeing the talent this year, it's going to be a lot of fun to watch.
And you are a hometown guy. You are from Sterling Heights, Michigan, just a few minutes away from Utica here. What is it like meeting these guys from all over the place? How are you welcoming them into the area here in Michigan?
It's awesome. I played college ball in Ohio, and I played a lot of summer ball in North Carolina, so being able to come home and be back around family and friends is awesome. For these guys, I just try and guide them, let them know what's around here, what they can do outside of baseball, because, they are people too, and we don't want baseball to consume their everyday mentals and, to overtake them like that. So I just try and give them a few things to do. I'll have a few guys over. I got a pool in my backyard, so try and have fun with that too. But just any questions they have about the area, I give them the best input I can give them.
Awesome. And then coming from the Westside Woolly Mammoths last year and now coaching the Utica Unicorns, tell me how that feels. I mean, always probably be a Mammoths fan at heart a little bit. Can't help it, right? But now coaching the Unicorns, tell me about that transition. Even you're going to be coaching some guys that you played against last season.
Right. It's cool. Just kind of have some authority over these guys now. And then competing against manager Taylor Jellikowski and the assistant manager Justin Karn, who I know very well. It's going to be a lot of fun, just kind of having that personal relationship with guys across the dugout. I look forward to beating them and winning a championship as a Unicorn this year.
Perfect, because last question, you led me right into it. The Unicorns did lose the championship game last year. So, as we just saw, the flag is going to be raised. I know we're here on Media Day, but the flag has now been raised on opening day at Jimmy John's Field. And tell me, does that
In between games 1 and 2 of our opening day doubleheader here on the USPBL Network, we've got the ring ceremony for the Birmingham Bloomfield Beavers, who took the title here in the USPBL last season. They finished the regular season at 500, 22-22, which was good enough for second place in the standings behind the Unicorns, who had a fantastic 26-18 record. Eventually, at one point, won 11 straight games to those Unicorns. They were the favorites by all considerations going into the playoffs. And then the Beavers made a fantastic run through the second and third games in the championship to win it. It was a really exciting championship game, plenty of run scoring. Felix Aberrett, who was the catcher at the time for the Beavers, hit 2 home runs. Travius Ford had a postseason home run as well, as you see 4 players down there being honored with the rings today. Wellington Guzman, Travius Ford in the red hat, J.D. Stubbs, and Chris Davis. Ford, Stubbs, and Davis are all back for another season, trying to go back-to-back here in the USPBL. 3 exciting players who bring a lot of different things to the table. It was a really good season for the Beavers, all things considered. A really slow start. They struggled to get on the win column. The pitching was particularly interesting. As the season started, they looked like they had maybe one of the best pitching staffs in the entire league, and it just didn't quite result in wins for them. But then names like James Crick, Austin Shea, Trevor Jackson, those guys started to turn things around, and we saw some lights-out pitching performances from the Beavers as the season went on. They added a few names as well. Nick Shaw came in as a reliever later in the season. Zach Blankenship, Zach Devin were some good names as well. It was a really good pitching staff for the Beavers that kind of vaunted them to a really good second half of the season and a lot of momentum going into the playoffs. And then Vaughn Joshua, who was the manager last year for the Beavers, is not back this year, but he did some wizardry with the working of that roster in the college showcase. He knew how heavy the right-handed arms were in this league, so he went and specifically got some left-handed bats like J.D. Stubbs, who's here today, and picked up a couple other left-handed bats at the college showcase halfway through the season, and those guys really became big players. Marcos Castillo was a big one for the Beavers. Dakota McFadden switched from the Mammoths to the Beavers halfway through the season. McFadden is now playing with the Savannah Bananas down in Savannah, Georgia. Von Joshua's retooling of the roster turned everything around for the Beavers. They immediately became one of the best offensive teams in the league. The bullpen was one of the best in the second half of the season, and it resulted in rings for those 4 players down there and a trophy with the Beavers' name on it. A fantastic 2022 season it was for them and for all teams. We had a lot of fun last year, and we've already had fun this year. Game 1, a 6.5 inning, extra inning, sudden death win for the Hoppers. Here in Game 1 of our doubleheader, it was no scoring. A combined 9 innings, 6 hits, no walks, and 16 strikeouts between Jacob Wazinski and Kyle Bischoff, who were the starters. And then finally we got some run scoring on the relievers in the 6th. The Mammoths got one in the top half of the 6th. The Hoppers got one in the bottom half. And with 2 on and 2 out, the winning run at second base, Bryant Schellenbarger smoked the ball high in the air to right field, and Francis Florentino in his first game in the USPBL leapt over the right field wall and pulled it back to save what would have been a walk-off home run. The Hoppers do still win it, as we mentioned, in the second half of the 6th inning on some defense. 2 strikeouts from Brett Irwin and a pop-out would end it for the Hoppers to take Game 1. Game 2 coming up in a few moments. Stick around. We've got starting lineups and then first pitch coming your way on the USPBL Network.
What's up, Jimmy Johns Field, and happy opening day, sponsored by our credit union. Now, as we get ready for first pitch, we're going to give you guys a look into our media day. So we'll be up here soon with some interviews and getting you guys ready for a great game and Friday night fireworks. I'm Carol Wolfbauer. I'm here with Nick Caruso today, the now assistant manager of the Utica Unicorns. For our diehard fans, you might remember him from last season, number 13 from the Westside Woolly Mammoths, a catcher and a first baseman. So, Nick, how are you doing today? Thanks for joining us.
I'm doing well. Thanks for having me.
So, like I said, Nick is now an assistant manager. So how does it feel to come from being a player to now watching it from the other side, actually being a manager and helping coach these guys?
It's definitely a different experience. My dream was always to play professional baseball, and I was blessed enough to have that opportunity. Some injuries here and there kind of pushed it away quicker than I would like, but now I get the chance to enhance and develop these players and help them chase their dreams. So I've had the opportunity to coach at Macomb Community College with the Mammoths manager Taylor Jellikowski, so it kind of got my feet wet a little bit and got me going, and I'm excited to get back into pro ball.
So coaching at Macomb and now coming to coach here, what is that transition like? Is it similar? Is it different? Tell us a little bit about that.
It's going to be a little bit less hands-on. You know, these guys in professional baseball have been around the yard. They've played at a high level of college. You know, we're working with 17 and 18-year-olds over at Macomb, so it's a lot more hands-on, just kind of focusing more on the fundamentals. These guys, we like to stay hands-off unless they really come to us and look for something, but, you know, whatever they need, I'll do anything to help them.
And how has it been coaching them so far this season? I know we're just early on. We had spring training, and we're heading into opening day right now. First pitch coming soon. And so what has that been like so far?
It's been fun. You know, we went 7 straight days of spring training, so watching these guys compete. We have a lot of talent, and the Unicorns specifically across the infielder. We had 2 very elite level defenders at each position in the infield, so we had to move a couple to the Beavers. But just seeing the talent this year, it's going to be a lot of fun to watch.
And you are a hometown guy. You are from Sterling Heights, Michigan, just a few minutes away from Utica here. What is it like meeting these guys from all over the place? How are you welcoming them into the area here in Michigan?
It's awesome. You know, I played college ball in Ohio, and I played a lot of summer ball in North Carolina, so being able to come home and be back around family and friends is awesome. For these guys, I just try and guide them, you know, let them know what's around here, what they can do outside of baseball, because, you know, they are people too, and we don't want baseball to consume their everyday mentals and, you know, to overtake them like that. So I just try and give them a few things to do. I'll have a few guys over. I got a pool in my backyard, so try and have fun with that too. But just any questions they have about the area, I give them the best input I can give them.
Awesome. And then coming from the Westside Woolly Mammoths last year and now coaching the Utica Unicorns, tell me how that feels. I mean, always probably be a Mammoths fan at heart a little bit. Can't help it, right? But now coaching the Unicorns, tell me about that transition. Even you're going to be coaching some guys that you played against last season.
Right. It's cool. You know, just kind of have some authority over these guys now. And then competing against manager Taylor Jellikowski and the assistant manager Justin Carn, who I know very well. It's going to be a lot of fun, you know, just kind of having that personal relationship with guys across the dugout. I look forward to beating them and winning a championship as a Unicorn this year.
Perfect, because last question, you led me right into it. The Unicorns did lose the championship game last year. So, as we just saw, the The flag is going to be raised. I know we're here on Media Day, but the flag has now been raised on opening day at Jimmy John's Field. And tell me, does that fuel you for this season? Get ready to lead the Unicorns to a championship game again?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, our goal is always to win the championship. I've personally never won a ring, so that's going to be one of the main goals this year. And now that I've played for the Mammoths, I don't want to see them win a ring the year after I'm done playing. So, I'm hoping these guys take advantage of it and kind of use that as fuel on opening day, and we get a couple wins to start the year off.
Well, we wish you good luck this season. We'll miss seeing you on the field, but we're excited to have you here at Jimmy John's Field, just involved in general. So thank you for coming back, and stay tuned. We've got more interviews coming up and first pitch coming up soon. All right, we are here with Duncan Hewitt today from the Westside Woolly Mammoths. Thank you for joining us today, Duncan.
Thank you for having me.
So some of you might remember Duncan was with us for just over half the season last year, and he is back once again with the Mammoths and with our new Bad to the Bone line. How do you feel coming back this year and just meeting the new guys and being back with Jellikowski?
Well, I'm really, really happy to be back. I'm really excited. Jelly is one of my favorite people I've ever gotten to play for. He lets you play free. He lets you fail. He lets you adjust, and that's what this game's about. And I very, very lucky to get to play for him. And the guys that we have, I mean, we've been a week together, and I'm really, really excited. We have a lot of maturity, experience, and the group's already clicking, which this early in the year, you can't ask for much more.
Good. Well, we're looking for a great Mammoths team this season. I'm excited to see you guys.
Absolutely.
And Jelly was one of the original players in USPBL. He did get signed, and now he's back here coaching with us. So does he bring anything special that he learned from affiliated ball to the game here now with you?
100%. And as far as, the mechanical side or little things like that, he's great there, but that experience is the difference maker. He's only a few years removed as well, so he still remembers what it was like to be a player. And it's really in there. It's in the dugout. It's in the clubhouse where he really, really shines, because he's able to calm you down. He's able to tell you to relax. He's able to tell you to maybe step it up if you need to do that as well. So absolutely, that experience helps.
And you mentioned his experience bringing it here and the overall experience at Jimmy John's Field. And something we really pride ourselves in is that you guys get to be so close with the fans, and they really contribute overall to our culture here at Jimmy John's Field. So you've played other places before. How different do you feel like it is here with the fans versus other ballparks you've played at?
It's different for the one reason that we have 4 teams here, right? And I think that being so unique, it gives us a chance to see them not in a I hate you or I want you to lose like kind of thing. It's always like cheerful, even if maybe their favorite team is the Unicorns or the Beavers. Like, they're always going to still cheer you on. And getting to meet so many people, getting to see so many little kids, meet little dudes, give them autographs, get them balls, and let them watch us, in the bullpen, things like that. I don't get to do that anywhere else. A lot of other places, it's way more separated. It's really, really cool. It's special because as you get older, you start to see that really is what it's about. And there's not many better places than right here to do that.
And sometimes on Sundays, our Fairy Tale Entertainment, one of our sponsors, comes in, and they will have Superhero Day.
Boy.
And that is one of Duncan's favorite days,
yes.
isn't it?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. I will be right here, even if we have a game or not. I'll be right here watching everybody and having the funnest day at the ballpark that there is. Yes.
So we got a big Marvel fan here, and you'll see some of the kids walking around in their costumes. They're the main superheroes of the event, but they get to watch you guys, their own personal superheroes on the field, and that's really special.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. And anyone that comes and finds me, I am the superhero guy. Just talk to me about anything you want. I love it.
We always have Marvel talk, superhero talk. So kids, come find Duncan too on the Mammoths this year, and get a Bad to the Bone hat so Duncan can pick you out and know you are coming to root for him.
Absolutely.
Yes. Now enjoy the game. Have a fun night at Jimmy John's Field, and just enjoy yourselves. I'm Carol Wolfbauer. This is Duncan Hewitt, and we'll see you guys soon.
Slide into a new home. Work with a local mortgage pro who works for you. Get a cheaper, faster, easier home loan. Find a mortgage broker near you today at findamortgagebroker.com.
You hear about the promo that Jimmy's John's got going on? 5 off 20? How are they pulling it off? Magic? You got David's Copperfields in there? Show yourself, Copperfields!
Jimmy John's. $5 off orders of 20 or more.
Slide into a new home. Work with a local mortgage pro who works for you. Get a cheaper, faster, easier home loan. Find a mortgage broker near you today at findamortgagebroker.com.
Jimmy John's Field is the perfect venue for birthday parties, summer picnics, company outings, and provides the best entertainment in Metro Detroit with great baseball all summer long. Spend your summer nights under the lights at Jimmy John's Field in historic downtown Utica.
You hear about the promo that Jimmy's John's got going on? 5 off 20? How are they pulling it off? Magic? You got David's Copperfields in there? Show yourself, Copperfields!
Jimmy John's. $5 off orders of 20 or more.
At Ascension, Michigan, we're committed to being your first choice for healthcare. Our nationally recognized heart program is the leader throughout Michigan in minimally invasive heart valve procedures. For joint replacement, spine, and cancer care, patients choose our specialists for advanced care and treatment. And we also excel in the things that can't be measured. Listening more closely, caring more compassionately.
We're for people, the pioneers, the underdogs, the players, and the slow and steadies. We're for people, for who they are and who they could become. Yes, we're a bank, and some say our business is all about money, but that's an old idea. Because look past the money, and you'll see real human lives. We see it, because we're for people. Huntington, welcome.
Getting ready for Game 2 here on the USPBL Network between the Hoppers and the Mammoths. Hoppers take Game 1 in a scoreless extra inning sudden death defensive win. Boy, that's a mouthful. Hoppers 1-0 is all you need to know. Take a look at the starting lineups for these two squads here in Game 2. We'll start with the Westside Woolly Mammoths. Leading off and playing center again is Burl Dixon. A pretty good debut for him. Got on base a couple times, including a bunt. Nick Weber will bat second and play third. He had a nice diving stop over there at third base in that first game. Wasn't able to make the throw, but the effort is what counts. Francis Florentino, the game-saving catch out in right field to rob Bryant Schellenbarger of a home run. He'll play in right again and bat third. Priamo Lozada is at first base. He'll clean up, batting fourth. Duncan Hewitt switches from behind the plate. He's the DH now in the 5-hole here in the second game. Denver Blinn up the middle at shortstop, batting sixth. Reese Trahey will bat seventh. and play second base. Ward Hacklin will bat eighth and be out in left field. We saw Hacklin on the base paths in that extra inning, get all the way to third base, 90 feet from home, trying to score. He stole second and third. And then Zach Beadle, who we saw as a designated hitter in Game 1, now switches with Hewitt and will be the catcher behind the plate in Game 2. The pitcher on the mound for the Westside Woolly Mammoths is Garrett Martin, who we will see in a few moments. On the Eastside Diamond Hoppers side, batting first and playing short is Alex Pupp, who had a big at-bat in that sixth inning to keep it alive for the Diamond Hoppers. Chandler Dunn bats second and plays second. Noah Marcoux switches to DH. He was the first baseman for the Hoppers in Game 1. He's the designated hitter here in Game 2, batting third. Joe Burke takes his place defensively as the first baseman, still in the cleanup role at the 4 spot. Batting fifth is Bryant Schellenbarger out in right field. Nearly had a home run. Would have been his first of the season if not for Francis Florentino, who robbed it. Chris O'Neill makes his first start for the Hoppers, batting sixth, playing at the hot corner over there at third base. Taj Porter, a switch hitter. We didn't have any switch hitters at all last year in the USPBL. We've got Taj Porter here this year, switch hitting catcher from Louisiana. Bats seventh for the Hoppers here in Game 2. Batting eighth, Anthony Flores out in center. And batting ninth is Chris Iazetta out in left field. Brady, we get to see a switch hitter today. It doesn't pose too much of a difference.
Well, technically a switch hitter. For all intents and purposes, right now he's a left-handed hitter.
Yes.
There's one lefty in the league, so he's going to be swinging a lot from the left side. But just know that maybe once a few more lefties matriculate into this league, might see him hitting from the right side. But, yeah, switch hitter, something you don't get to see too often. And, well, having that out of the catcher is usually a bit unusual. Catchers usually don't, maybe you think of them as switch hitters, but usually you don't think of them more as at their bat. You care about more what they do behind the plate.
First pitch in our second game of the day coming up in a few minutes here on the USPBL Network. Stick around, Mammoths and Hoppers coming up.
There are many things you can rely on in this world, like a sunny day brightening your mood, your mom baking the world's best apple pie, and never a dull moment in running your business. And when it comes to time-consuming HR tasks, you can rely on Tryon. Tryon can handle payroll and taxes, employee benefits, and more, so you can stay focused on attracting and retaining the best talent. With Tryon, you don't have to grow it alone. Visit RelyOnTryon.com.
You can always rely on Tryon.
Luke Drummond on the mound in Game 2 for the Eastside Diamond Hoppers. The right-hander out of Tampa, Florida, 22 years old, takes the mound. He was here last year, returner to the Hoppers on this team. Played in that pitching staff, primarily the reliever role. Came in a lot last year in some tough spots, made 22 appearances, none of them starts. So this is a new situation for him, and this is something that we have seen be successful for pitchers here in the USPBL. Kind of the opposite. I feel like almost every time you talk about a pitcher, and a reliever, a starter, whatever, they were a starter at one point.
Right.
And the relievers turned to failed starters, and it's a joke that we make. And it's just kind of the standard life of a pitcher is that if you can't make it as a starter, you switch to a reliever or whatnot. We saw Colin Ledbetter last year for the Mammoths be one of the best closers in the entire league, switch to a starter about three-quarters of the way through, and be one of the best starters in the league. We just saw Kyle Bischoff do it last game. He was a closer all last season. He goes 5 innings scoreless with 3 hits, no walks, and 8 strikeouts. Luke Drummond trying to do the same thing, switch from a reliever to a starter here in Game 2.
And another big body on the mound. Diamond Hoppers like their big pitchers. You look up and down their lineup. 6'1", you're going to be the small guy on the staff there. Basically, everyone outside of Pup is a 6'1" or 2 or above. And, well, in the doubleheader, Drummond's the small one at 6'4", not quite up to the 6'8" of Wozowski.
Burl Dixon leading things off again, looking at 1-1. Fouls it back. Drummond, 4-2 seam with a slider, curveball, and a split-fingered changeup. It's an off-speed high, 2-2. Fastball was his best pitch last year. This one sliced out to left. That'll drop for a base hit for Burl Dixon. Skips by, and Dixon's going to get a double. Coasting into second base with a slide, Burl Dixon leads things off with a double. That took such a strange bounce out there and left. There was really nothing that Iazetta could do.
Well, you could see it off the bat. He got underneath of it, and like you said, he sliced it, and you could kind of tell the way it was dropping and the way it was spinning that it was going to take a sharp hop. And Iazetta, on a normal day, that play doesn't do anything. That's a normal routine single, but that took such a sharp bounce that couldn't see the spin off the bat. That's a tough play to make, and, well, Dixon will take that double. He won't complain. They don't ask how, they ask how many.
1-0 to Weber. Just outside. 2 balls, no strikes. So a couple of odd ways for Dixon to get on. A soft little flare into left to lead things off today, and he gets 2 out of it. Reached on a bunt earlier in Game 1. Nonetheless, still finding ways to get on base. That's all that matters.
Exactly. That's how you make yourself valuable. Get on base. And last game where base runners were at a premium, maybe both sides want to get that goose egg off the board early and not have to wait till the 6th inning this time.
3 balls, 1 strike on Weber. Swing and a miss to fill the count, 3-2. Weber in Game 1, 1 for 3, couple of strikeouts, and had a double in that 6th inning, a big one that put runners at second and third with nobody out and no runs across. Dixon trying to steal for third. The throw dropped. It was good timing by Taj Porter. I think it might have beat Dixon to the bag, but dropped over there at third, and runners on the corners with nobody out to open things up for the Mammoths.
Yeah, it was a perfect throw. It's just that's hard to do, reaching across, having to get pretty horizontal, and O'Neal trying to make that tag's going to be tough. And Dixon, you can tell maybe he's starting to get a little bit of a feel on the base pass, starting to get a little more aggressive swiping bags.
Florentino checked the swing right back to the pitcher. Drummond's going to try to go to second for 1, relay to first. They get the double play, and the run will score. I think that broke Florentino's bat. Nice play by Luke Drummond. Good heads up. The run does score, but they do get 2 outs.
Well, and the one thing I would have liked from Drummond, check the runner at third, because Dixon I don't think was going to go home. Give him a look. You can get the out at second. Top the first, I get it. Maybe you want to trade the 2 outs for a run. But if this game's going to be anything like last one, runs are going to come at a premium, and the Mammoths get one early.
Lozada facing a 1-0. 0 for 3 in game one. Couple nice defensive plays over at first base. Did also have an error as well in the first inning. 2-0. Popped up. That'll reach the stands.
There is a lot of foul ground here at Jim. Like, more than your average ballpark. So foul one out of play, you've got to really get it out of there. That's going to help out the pitchers a lot. But you saw it in the first game. There were a few where you got onto the big track and another one that gets out. Like, you really have to get a hold of one to foul it out of play.
Kind of reminds you of Oakland Coliseum where the A's play. I mean, and that stadium was built to be both football and baseball.
Right. This is a baseball diamond where, well, they just wanted to give a little extra edge to the pitchers.
That one's high for another full count. Second one this inning. Started with a double from Dixon after a weird hop on what should have been just a flared single to left. Dixon then stole third and scored on a double play. Half cut on an inside pitch from Lozada, and he went too far. Strikeout to end the inning. The Mammoths get one, and they lead 1-0 after the first half. Hoppers batting in the home half of the first here in game two after the break.
We're for people, the pioneers, the underdogs, the players, and the slow and steadies. We're for people, for who they are and who they could become. Yes, we're a bank, and some say our business is all about money, but that's an old idea. Because look past the money, and you'll see real human lives. We see it, because we're for people. Huntington, welcome.
Back here at the ballpark, game two between the Mammoths and the Hoppers. Garrett Martin getting the start here in the second game. Right-hander out of Gypsum, Colorado, 23 years old. Spent 5 seasons in college. His first 3 were at Marion in Wisconsin, and then the second 2 at Middle Georgia State, an NAIA down there in Georgia. Pretty much entirely a starter. He made 47 appearances in college. Only 2 of them were in relief, and the numbers really jump off the page when you look at Martin for what he did back in college. 26-13 record, 284 innings, and in all of those innings, just a 3.16 ERA.
Yeah, that's a big sample size. Sometimes you'll get guys going out of college, they battle injuries, but that's the other thing that it says about Martin is he's very durable. You can trust him with a heavy workload. And early in the season, or the opening day rather, you have a 6-inning game. Don't be surprised if he's got his stuff going. He could go 5 or maybe all 6. We saw 2 starters work deep on opening day. Even with a limited pitch count, we're still working deep into the game. And Martin hoping to do the same. And, well, it's you don't want to get swept in a doubleheader on opening day to start the season. You get the split. You feel like, okay, you were close in game 1. You take game 2 back, and now you're sitting in a decent spot.
Pup, Dunn, and Marcoux to start things off for the Hoppers, already trailing by a run. Martin delivers, and that's a strike at the bottom of the zone. Quickly ahead, 0-1.
Always helps the psyche of a pitcher when you can take the mound and you already have the lead. You already know, hey, I don't have to throw perfect. I can make a mistake or two. I have a little bit of room to work, and that's sometimes the benefit of being the road team is if you can get on the board first, pitcher steps on the bump, already has a little bit of cushion to work with.
That was a nice moving curve there for Martin. He's got a 4-seam, a changeup, a curveball, and a fork ball. Kind of an alternate changeup, curveball mix that fork ball is. 3-1, though.
I know some people will throw the fork ball kind of like an alternate splitter type pitch. Right. Have a lot of dropping action. Sometimes the fork ball won't have as much rotation as a splitter.
Swing and a miss, 3-2.
And a lot of pitches for a lot of different guys. What some guys might call a changeup, or someone calls a cutter, someone else calls a slider. It really comes down to personal preference and what they were taught when they were younger.
That one's fouled back. A lot of guys, too, will maybe know, like you talk about the cutter-slider difference. A lot of guys will maybe call it a cutter and know in their head it's really more of a slider, but they call it a cutter and tell themselves it's a cutter to get their mindset in the right spot to make sure they're throwing it the right way. Pup smacks this one high in the air to left, playable for Hacklin, and he gets the first out.
Well, a lot of those differences is really just a variation in grips. Like, for example, a pitch you don't see someone call it too often, a palm ball. It's really just the way you hold the changeup. You hold it deeper into your palm so it gets that tumbling action. So when you hear things like fork ball or palm ball, things like that, they're really more common pitches, just with maybe a slightly different grip and just something to call it besides what it is.
Chandler Dunn looks at strike one. And strike two on the curve.
Drop that curve down under 70 miles per hour. After seeing some flamethrowers in game one, hey, it's still a lot of these same guys have to make the adjustment.
Dunn 1 for 3 in the first game with 2 strikeouts. Did reach on a single in the 4th inning. He had the first hit of the game that Kyle Bischoff gave up in the top of the 4th. Hitless through the first 3 with 6 strikeouts. That pitch outside.
Like the idea on 0-2, slider away, trying to get that breaking action away from the righty. So far out, so if you miss, and you miss away, see if you can get him to chase.
Fouled back, 2-2. The sun lazily peeking through the kind of foggy clouds over there down the third base line. Picturesque at the moment here at Jimmy John's Field, downtown Utica. Game 2 of our opening day doubleheader.
And that sun was making a difference when we were on the field pregame of game 1. When the clouds covered it up, got a little chill. When it was out, it wasn't too bad. Nice and sunny, a little brisk, but nothing too bad. But yeah, now that sun's set and temperatures dropping a little bit, can't wait for those 75-degree summer nights.
Chop to third. Weber over to first. And Dunn is down. Brings up Noah Marcoux, 0 for 2 with a couple of strikeouts and a walk in the first game. Marcoux had that big walk with 2 outs to keep the bottom of the 6th inning alive to bring up Joe Burke, who would have the game-tying RBI single.
He's a dangerous bat. Just because he didn't record a hit and game run doesn't mean you can relax here in game 2. He's a guy that, you can turn a really smooth inning into a bad one quickly.
That one clipped him inside, right on the stomach, ribs area. And the first base runner for the Hoppers is Marcoux via hit by pitch. Brings up Burke with 2 down. Here's the hero for the Hoppers in game 1, Joe Burke. Tied it in the bottom of the 6th with a base hit single to left that scored Alex Pup to tie the game at 1 apiece.
In that game tying at bat, I really like the approach from Burke. Give you a little confidence. You're feeling good. You just tied it up. You were the player of the game last time up. Let's see if that carries over here into game 2.
Late swing there, and Burke frustrated with himself.
Yeah, indecisive. He recognized it, but he recognized it too late. That's why he was upset. Thought that was a hittable pitch, was trying to take it the other way. But when you decide that late, the ball gets in on you quickly, not much you can do with it. That's what you end up doing.
This one's popped right to second base. Easy catch for Trahey. 4 batters, 3 outs for the Mammoths. They still lead it 1-0 after 1 in Game 2 on the US PBL Network.
Fifth Third Extra Time helps you do you better. So kick back and relax. You have extra time to avoid overdraft fees. Fifth Third Extra Time. This is banking a Fifth Third better.
We're the financial champion of Michiganders. Whether you're a goal getter or dream chaser, an empty nester, or up-and-comer, anyone in Michigan can bank with us. Michigan Schools and Government Credit Union.
Make your move with a quick and easy mortgage from Genesis Credit Union. We have mortgages to fit your life. Genesis Credit Union. Visit us today.
Getting groovy here in Game 2 on the US PBL Network. Hoppers and Mammoths currently 1-0 in favor of the Westside Woolly Mammoths, thanks to Burl Dixon, who led things off with a double, and he was brought around to score in that first inning, trying to continue the offense. It'll be Duncan Hewitt, Denver Blinn, and Reese Trahey. Drummond in that first inning maybe struggled to find the zone a little bit. Had 2 full counts. He did make that nice play on the 1-4-3 double play that Francis Florentino grounded into. That is what scored Dixon. But a pretty decent inning for Drummond to start, trying to get used to a new spot. We mentioned being a starter right now.
And this is where you want to see out of the Diamond Hopper dugout, how does your starter respond? Hey, he gave up a run in the top of the first. He got the last 2 batters out, the double play and the strikeout. How does he come out here in the second? Does he attack? Does he pick up where he left off? Or does he let that 1 run in the first kind of linger with him and he brings it into the second?
Hewitt DHing after catching in Game 1. He was 1 for 3 with a single. Good paint on the outside corner from Drummond. Fastball at 86. Hewitt last season here in Utica, 23 games, 237 average. Was valued highly for his defense and his pitch calling and sequencing behind the plate. He's got a pretty good arm. He's always had a good arm since he was a young kid. Strike 3. Hewitt knew it too. Got him looking. Really good at bat from Luke Drummond there to get the first out here in the second.
And he picks up right where he left off in the first. Strikes out the first batter he sees. And like you said, Hewitt knew it. He started to swing, realized it was too late, and he didn't have much of an argument. But as a catcher, you can have a lot of wiggle room if you can hit too. You mentioned all the sequencing and framing. That's a lot of what they look for in catchers. But if you can add a stick to that, that's when you become really valuable.
Blinn with a pair of strikeouts, 0 for 3 in Game 1. Swing and a miss. Blinn in college at Indiana Wesleyan. Played there with another USPBL member, Lucas Gooden, who's on the Beavers. Down on strikes again. Luke Drummond looks comfortable on the mound right now. Back-to-back strikeouts, 1 looking, 1 swinging. Quickly 2 down here in the second.
And it looks like a lot of two-seam action. That ball's coming in and then tailing back away. A fastball that has that kind of life. Again, you can call it a two-seam. It might have a little bit of a cut action, but that fastball with movement is tough to touch, and Drummond unfazed by that first inning. Now looking to put the finishing touches on what would be a nice second frame.
Drummond Continuing to go quickly. He's in a groove right now. Splitter at 75 for strike one. Fastball at 88 for strike two. Quickly ahead, 0-2. Outside with the fastball there.
When a pitcher gets into the groove like this, hey, you get the one timeout. Maybe use it right now. I know Trey, he gets back in. He's ready to hit. Hey, call time. Throw Drummond off just a little bit. He's in a rhythm.
Popped back. And we've seen a lot of pitchers use the pitch clock to their advantage, and the idea that you think the hitter, they're going to take as much time as they want on the mound, but some of them try to work more quickly and get on top of the hitter, the 1-2. Just outside, and you saw the entire Hoppers defense shift towards the dugout. They thought that was strike three. Everybody has to go back a couple steps.
That was basically the pitch that ended game one.
2-2 now. Swing and a miss. Trahey way out in front. 3 up and 3 Ks for Luke Drummond. A quick second inning. Hoppers trailing by a run as they bat in the bottom half of the second after the break.
I'm all in with HR and Organizational Development Council.
I'm all in with Marketing and Business Development Council.
I'm all in with Operations and Member Experience Council.
I'm all in with CEO Council.
I'm all in with Lending Council.
I'm all in with CFO Council.
I'm all in with Technology Council.
Our credit union is all in with CUNA Councils.
You dreamed of starting a company, not an HR department, but your business has grown fast, and so have the complexities of payroll and taxes, benefits administration, and other HR functions. That's why your business needs a professional employer organization like Tryon Solutions. Tryon provides businesses of all sizes access to top-tier healthcare and employee benefit plans. With Tryon, you don't have to grow it alone. Visit RelyOnTryon.com.
You can always rely on Tryon.
Bottom second, 1-0 Mammoths here on the USPBL Network. Checking in on some of the comments on Facebook and YouTube. Trish Verbrugge, related to Andrew Verbrugge, pitcher here for the Diamond Hoppers, says, nice job, Jake. Back in game one, talking about Jake Wazinski. Real Deal Prime says hello from Canada. Hello, Real Deal Prime. Sam Burke says, attaboy Joe Burke. And then, wow, what a catch, referring to that sequence from Francis Florentino and Joe Burke in the 6th inning back in game one.
It's a heck of a catch. That's a way to get everyone's attention on opening day, no less.
Tracy McCurvey, Taylor Stokes, all talking about what a nice catch that was. Aaron Gemmel is here today, former USPBL broadcaster, recent graduate of Central Michigan University. Congrats to him. As Schellenbarger follows the first pitch back in. You got to believe Schellenbarger, after the way game one ended, he's got to be hunting for a good pitch. He had what looked like the first home run of the USPBL season, and he smacks this one to right field down the line. This is trouble. Schellenbarger hustling for first. He's going to try to go for two. Florentino stumbled to pick it up. Good throw, though. Got him. He's out at second base. Francis Florentino showing off the defensive skills today. That time it's a rope from the right field line in the first out here in the second inning.
I was just getting ready to say about, Florentino bobbled it just a bit, but that's how you go from the error to a hero. That's an absolute frozen rope that had to be put in a soup can, and he put it right in there to take away the base runner.
No balls and a strike on Chris O'Neill. O'Neill, the 24-year-old from Barnesville, Georgia. 3 seasons at Georgetown in Kentucky, an NAIA school. That's actually where reliever of the year from last season, Keon Taylor, went to school. Swing and a miss. Taylor was a dominant reliever for the Unicorns last season. That sidearm righty. That last strikeout, the first one of the game for Garrett Martin. Brings up Porter. We mentioned the switch hitting catcher, primarily just a lefty until we get any lefty arms. There's only one in the league right now. That one inside for ball one. Then we'll start to see Porter go to opposite sides.
It's always nice to just have the luxury. You don't have to use it. And I know they like his swing. It's a little smoother from the left side. But he has the option to go to right if there becomes a lefty situation, and just knowing that you have that in your back pocket.
That's high. Two balls, one strike on Porter. Fly ball to center. Going back is Dixon. Makes the grab. Couple of good swings. Taj Porter with one, Schellenbarger with the other, but the defense outlasts the offense in the second inning. Still 1-0 Mammoths after 2 on the USPBL network.
First State Bank is a locally owned and operated business. We're part of your community. At fsbcares.com, you'll find ways that we're making a difference by featuring locally owned and operated businesses, providing access to helpful financial resources, and engaging with community. FSBcares.com is part of our commitment to the neighborhood because strong neighbors mean stronger communities. Where good neighbors do great things. Member FDIC and Equal Housing Lender.
They call me Prospects. Since the day I was born as a diver's watch, the challengers of the world have taught me many things. Life is not a numbers game. It's about challenging ourselves. No matter what happens, just follow your heart. These pioneers drive our generation forward. Not by setting records, but by never giving up. Keep going forward. Prospects.
Available at Lucido Fine Jewelry.
I'm all in with HR and Organizational Development Council.
I'm all in with Marketing and Business Development Council.
I'm all in with Operations and Member Experience Council.
I'm all in with CEO Council.
I'm all in with Lending Council.
I'm all in with CFO Council.
I'm all in with Technology Council.
Our credit union is all in with CUNA councils.
Third inning, 1-0 Mammoths. Here on opening day, Luke Drummond coming out for his third inning. The second inning was a good one. Strikeout looking, strikeout swinging, strikeout swinging. He's retired the last 4 in a row via the strikeout, and he's retired 6 straight. Burl Dixon, the leadoff man, got on. Since then, that's it. Ward Hacklin looks at strike 1.
Pitches like that are why, because he's placing the ball so well, that low outside corner. Not much that Hacklin's going to do with that pitch.
Framed well by Porter, but too far outside. Hacklin in his first professional at bat, 24-year-old from Irmo, South Carolina. Half cut, strike 2. 2 seasons at Newberry, 1 season at Columbia International. 2 schools in South Carolina. And he got hit. Inside, caught him on the bicep there from Drummond, and the leadoff man is on board.
I think Drummond was trying to go high and inside, try to get him to swing through the fastball. Hate to miss that far in and give him a free base, especially as the leadoff batter, and it hurts even worse with 2 outs. I had a pitching coach once tell me that those are the pitches that end up breaking clipboards. The 2-strike hit batter.
Yeah, that's got to not feel good.
Yeah, that's the one you're just sitting in the dugout going, come on, you had him. Why are you giving him the free pass?
Zach Beadle 0 for 2 in game 1. His first at-bat here in the second game. That one's outside. Nice slide by Porter back there to get to that ball quickly.
There's a lot of foul ground. The backstop not particularly large. Like if it gets by, if it gets a funky bounce, could be in play to throw a runner out.
Drummond again to second, and they make the play for the out, but Chandler Dunn wasn't there in time to turn two. And looks like a miscommunication maybe between he and Pup, and you could see them after talking about it, giving a high five, making sure they're on the same page. Luke Drummond, pitchers are athletes too, pretty impressive. That's the second time today he's fielded his position and turned the complete opposite way to second base and thrown the runner out.
Yeah, and you saw, again, it's the first day with those two trying to get the timing down and the throw there, and you weren't sure who was going to keep it, and you stay in between.
This one to right, caught by the center fielder. Nice play there. Sliding in was Schellenbarger, and instead it was Flores making the grab.
Schellenbarger just sat down and looked like, man, I thought I was going to have my highlight play. But again, just a little bit of communication. Hey, it's the first day. You're just trying to get in the ebbs and flows and the rhythm of the season. Hey, I think if those two plays happen in early August, late July, you don't have as much of an issue, but you're still trying to just get the feel of your teammates and everyone that's around you.
2 down as the lineup flips over. Nick Weber facing a 1-1. Fouled back.
Talk about no league. Beetle is not going to get much off that bag.
Popped back. And we haven't seen much from Porter yet, but we saw already once a good firm throw to third base, and he's looked good behind the dish defensively already. Seems like Beetle doesn't want to test that. This is a Mammoths team who I'm certain will run this year just with the way Taylor Jellikowski operates. They were the most aggressive team last year on the base pass. They had the stolen base leader of the year and of history as Elijah Brown set the stolen base record for the Mammoths last season, 27 for 27. And pretty impressive numbers. At one point, he had more stolen bases than he did strikeouts.
That is impressive, and that's kind of where I was going with the next point, that to steal 27 bases, that means you have to be on base enough to have the opportunity, and that doesn't include, hey, you're behind a runner, you're not the lead guy. Just to get 27 opportunities, that means you're doing things right.
Swing and a miss on the 3-2, and Luke Drummond gets out of it again. Another good inning. A little bit of trouble, hit batter, couple balls put in play. Still only one on the scoreboard for the Mammoths. 1-0. They lead it right now. Hopper's batting on the other side of this break.
Companies are competing for talent like never before. With the complexities of handling tasks like payroll, benefits administration, and other HR functions, it's easy to see how a professional employer organization like Tryon Solutions makes all the difference. Tryon empowers businesses of all sizes to attract and retain talent by offering access to top-tier healthcare and employee benefit plans. With Tryon, you don't have to grow it alone. Visit RelyOnTryon.com.
You can always rely on Tryon.
At Ascension, Michigan, we're committed to being your first choice for healthcare. Our nationally recognized heart program is the leader throughout Michigan in minimally invasive heart valve procedures. For joint replacement, spine, and cancer care, patients choose our specialists for advanced care and treatment. And we also excel in the things that can't be measured. Listening more closely, caring more compassionately.
Flores, Iazetta, Pup, 8-9-1 hitters here in the third. Hopper still looking for some offense, they've had a lack of base runners, just 2. Bryant Schellenbarger didn't even get to reach. He had a single last inning, but was promptly thrown out trying for second base. The only runner that's gotten on and stayed on is Noah Marcoux, who reached on a hit by pitch in the first inning.
Martin, unlike the other 3 pitchers we've seen, hasn't had that big swing and miss stuff. He's induced contact, albeit mostly a weak contact. It was a nice swing from Schellenbarger. He's been pitching more to contact than he has the swing and miss here through the first couple of innings.
Martin not getting his first taste of pro ball here in the USPBL. Was in the Northwoods League last year over the summer and the Pioneer League with the Glacier Range Riders in the Pioneer League. Didn't have a ton of innings at both places. Combined, just 5 appearances, 6 1/3 innings.
Struggling to find the zone here to Flores. And when you get to the bottom of the order, that's where you really want to pound the zone, make their bats beat you in a 4-pitch walk. About the exact opposite of that.
And that is the first walk of the day for Martin. The walks were an issue last summer. In those 6 innings, did have 6 of them with only 1 strikeout. Lost a little bit of the command, and the walks were something he was dominant in college. Only 3 per 9 innings. Flores fakes like he's going to go on the first pitch, but stays.
Curious to see if Iazzetto wants to or Ryan Kotke and Iazzetto want to play a little small ball, 9-hole hitter, first runner on.
Flores goes, check swing, that's a strike. Flores easily safe on the throw down from Beetle.
And that check swing might not have even been a true check swing. Maybe he was just trying to do it just to give his runner an extra beat, hold the bat in there, make the catcher, flinch for that 2/10 of a second. That makes all the difference between a stolen bag and maybe being thrown out.
1-1. Breaking ball clips the corner.
And they've just clipped the corner.
Pitcher's pitch.
Yes, indeed. Give Beetle a little bit of credit. Maybe sold it for the umpire. Made it appear better than what it was. I'm sure all the catchers out there want their work to be recognized, saying, hey, no. Yeah. I was able to help frame that.
It's not all the umpire.
No, it's not all the umpire. I influenced him a bit.
Flores dances over at second, 2-2, smacked high in the air. On the slider coming in, Florentino, it's going to drop. Dixon and Florentino called each other off. And that lands. Iazzetto, take it any way you can. A pop fly base hit. 2 on, nobody out for the top of the order with Alex Pupp.
And that should be Dixon's ball. Center fielder will always overrule everyone else. Just like an outfielder almost always overrules the infielder and everyone in the infield overrules the pitcher. Center fielder is the quarterback of the defense. He calls it. He calls other players off. So if Florentino backs off, then it should have been Dixon coming in to grab it. He should not default to anybody else.
Pupp swings at the slider and fouls it back. And that's one of those plays where now you've got 2 runners on, nobody out, and the top of the order up. That's a game-changing play right there.
That's why it really stings, because it was the 9-hole hitter.
Both runners go. Double steal. They're going to throw down to second. In there safely is Iazzetto. How about the aggressiveness from the Hoppers? Now 2 in scoring position. Nobody out and first base open.
Well, I think Flores was able to get the read on Martin, maybe a little rattled from that ball dropping in, maybe trying to focus on Pupp, and Flores stole on the pitcher, and behind him, Iazzetto went, oh, he's going, I might as well go too, get a free steal a second, and that's exactly what happened. And now 2 runners in scoring position, and the Diamond Hoppers chance to take the lead here in the bottom of the 3rd.
Ball and 2 strikes to Pupp. Both of those strikes, foul balls back over the screen. Trying to put this ball in play. Bring home a run, maybe 2. This one's back up the middle, bounces off the mound, gets into center field. This will score 1. Flores comes around. Now here comes Iazetta. The throw to the plate. No, now they're going to throw it on to second. Pup is going to be out at second base. Good heads-up play by Beetle. But a 2 RBI single for Alex Pup gives the Hoppers the lead here in the bottom of the third.
Like the approach, took it right back from where it came, up the middle. Now I have to work on the base running a little bit. Got a little bit too aggressive, but I get it. Get the juices flowing. You see the throw come home, but that was a nice throw from Beetle to cut down Pup and hit the reset button on the inning.
So now nobody on, 1 out, 2 on the board already. Chandler Dunn batting. The putout on Pup goes 8-2-4.
And not too often you see the 8-2-4 put out.
We've had some interesting double. We had the,
yes, we had
the 7-6-3
yep.
double play.
Yep, we had a 4-3 unassisted double play.
We had a 1-4-3 double play in this game. We had a 1-4 put out as well in this game, both from Luke Drummond.
Right. And we have yet to have a 6-4-3 or a 4-6-3.
Yeah, standard tailor-made.
Just one of those traditional ones. And we've had some tailor-made balls hit right to players on the infield. Had a little bit of everything on opening day, and that's all you can ask for. Have some entertaining, interesting things that will just stick in your mind for a little while.
The only thing we're missing is a home run. We haven't had a deep shot yet, thanks to
we
Francis
had
Florentino,
a robbed home run, which
pulling them away from Schellenberger.
Might be better.
This one's roped on the third base line. Foul ball. Pretty close to that bag there. Dunn had extra bases in sight. Instead, we'll redo the full count.
Ryan Kaki over at third base has his head down. I don't know if it's in disagreement or saying, man, if that's fair, that's at least a double and we restart this inning.
You see him make that kind of cutting motion with his hand. I think that's what he was saying to the home plate umpire as it curled around the bag.
Over,
We'll try the payoff pitch one more time to Dunn. 0 for 1 in game 2. Back up the middle. Martin down to the seat of his pants, makes the grab and throws to first. Heads up play. Nice job by Garrett Martin there, and a guy who maybe needed that after the way this inning has gone.
Absolutely. Maybe a frustrating Chandler Dunn going back to the dugout going, man, I had a double. And then he hits it hard. That's just a nice play by the pitcher, Martin. That's just throwing the leather up and putting it in the right spot and getting a little bit lucky. Now, I'll give him credit. He got up from sitting down and threw it over in perfect time. But, yeah, that's all instinct. There's not much reaction time there.
Skips into Marcoux. Possible last inning for Garrett Martin, who did a nice job going scoreless through the first 2 as there's some action in the Mammoths bullpen. High in the air to third, and Weber makes the grab. The Hoppers take advantage of a couple defensive miscues from the Mammoths. They put 2 on the board thanks to a 2 RBI single from Alex Pup, and the Hoppers have retaken the lead. It's 2-1.
Throughout your life, from big moments to ones well-earned, we're your financial guardian angel. Alliance Catholic Credit Union.
Back here, Hoppers leading 2-1. I think we have a hot dog eating contest going on down there on the field. These two fine gentlemen giving it their best effort.
Have you ever tried one of those, Brendan?
Have you?
Yeah.
I haven't.
Well, not like competitively, like in an actual
Just
competition.
like with some friends or something?
Yeah. And the thing is, like, okay, in sports you get used to, all right, pushing through your limit. Once your stomach's full, there's no pushing through. Like, you can't create more. There's one way to create more room, and you don't want to.
That's
no,
not a
it's
fun
not
way.
fun. So it's you getting that out. Like, when you're running, you go, okay, just push through. You're lifting, you're working out, doing whatever. Push through the pain. You're trying to eat as fast as you can. When you're out of room, you're out of room, and it's just tap out, and then you just feel bad for the next day and a half.
So how successful were you in this competition?
Not very, I'm trying to think. Over the span of about 45 minutes, I think I got about 8 or 9 down.
45 minutes. That's a long.
Well, it was a whole long story,
yeah.
but it was for a different event. It was just take your time. See, like, I think the goal was 16, and I came up well short. And I found out real quick why they dunk it in there, because the bread takes up a lot of room in your stomach.
Yeah, absolutely. 2-1 Hoppers after the hot dog eating contest here in the 4th inning. It'll be Florentino, Lozada, and Hewitt now trailing by a run. Florentino 1 for 2, had a double and a walk in game 1. A pretty impressive debut for this kid. He's done a little bit of everything. Gotten on base twice. The defense has been what's really outstanding. Thrown a runner out, trying for second from right field. Robbed a home run that would have ended the game in the bottom of the 6th in game 1.
And you can see he has the talent there, maybe a little bit green. I mean, they had the miscommunication in right center again. I don't think that's Florentino's fault. And he played himself into a really nice throw at second earlier.
And that's up the middle. Pup diving, can't make the grab. That's a play that we've seen Pup make on occasion, and that's no discredit to him. A tough play. You see the effort there.
I don't know if he gets him even if he gloves it.
Yeah, Florentino runs pretty well. We mentioned 3 seasons for him in the Milwaukee Brewers system in the minor leagues. He hit .260 down there. 3 home runs, 43 RBIs. Back from 2017 to 2019. Now here in the USPBL. Lozada takes strike 1. Fastball down the middle at 83. That's the 2-seamer.
And you can get away with that lower velocity if you have a lot of tail, a lot of action on that 2-seam. If it's not a straight pitch, it's really easy to get away with it.
Florentino runs. Pretty good throw. Safe at second base. Dunn insistent that he applied the tag in time. And that's another stolen base. We've seen a few of those today.
I think he tagged him maybe a bit too far up the back. I think the ball did beat him there, but when he went to tag him, he got him the lower mid part of the back, and going in head first, I think the hand beat it in.
Good news for Drummond. He at least threw a strike, so it's 0-2. Below the zone, evens the count.
Nice block from Porter. Had to move, and if he gets by him, you have a runner at third with nobody out. Thought he did a good job keeping it in front. Moved really nice laterally on that pitch.
Smacked into left field. This is going to score a run. Florentino being waved around all the way to the UWM sign. Lozada's going to try to stretch this for 2. The left fielder, Iazetta, quickly gets it in. And an RBI double for Priamo Lozada. That's his first professional hit and RBI. And the Mammoths have tied it.
That's a good response from the Mammoths. Give up 2 in the bottom of the 3rd. What do you do in the top of the 4th? Come back and tie it up immediately. And Lozada, well, I'm sure there'll be a nice spot for that on his mantle or wherever he's staying, a host family, what have you. He's going to have to find a special spot for that first professional hit.
Absolutely. Felt like it would come pretty soon. He was 0 for 3 in game 1, but on 3 balls put in play. Now nobody out. We've seen 2 base runners on already, and Hewitt, with the game tied at 2, looks at a ball high.
Have to wonder how quickly either side goes to their bullpen. See some action down in the Diamond Hopper bullpen. Another hit. Maybe that'll spell the end of the day.
This one on the ground is short. Pup fields, and a first for the out. Boy, it feels like that's the first standard ground ball we've had, 4-3, 6-3, 5-3, anywhere in this game. That's the first out here in the top of the 4th.
Nolan Riley in the pen for the Diamond Hoppers, and Drummond needed that easy ground ball just to get that first out. Go ahead runs on second. Your job's to get them through 4. Hey, maybe you let Riley come in, clean slate, or if your bats get it going with the lead in the 5th. But try to get through these next couple of batters. You're getting towards the bottom of the order. Keep it at 2-2 as you get through the top of the 4th.
2 runs, 3 hits, no errors for both squads, and we're tied in the top of the 4th, but a man in scoring position for Denver Blinn as he went too far. 1-2 now. 0-2. Tried to frame it, did Porter, but it's just outside. Blinn, really good college numbers in 130 games, nearly 400 batting average, 1.166 OPS, had 29 home runs at Indiana Wesleyan. The 1-2 tipped back. 88 extra base hits, 136 RBIs.
That's a pretty good career. Now I'm taking it here to Utica. See what he can do in some pro ball. See, he's got a little bit of a vicious swing, a violent swing.
There's a violent foul ball. But you're right. I mean, he swings the bat hard. Certainly tries to do damage, and that has its pros and cons. Did strike out a decent amount in college, 91 times over the course of 3 years. He's already struck out 3 times today, 2 in game 1, 1 today.
The average numbers were still high, so that tells me he's finding a lot of barrels. When he makes contact, which is more often than not, it gets hit hard somewhere. Just instead of grounding out, he's striking out.
2 balls, 2 strikes. Drummond comes set. Fouled again. That's 4 this at bat for Blinn. He's staying alive. He's seen 7 pitches already. It'll be at least 8. I think our home plate umpire may have caught some of that one.
Yeah, I think it was Porter that caught a little bit of it. And that's usually you get the professional courtesy. Catchers and umpires have each other's backs. Sometimes if it goes off the umpire's mask, most catchers, especially at the professional level, go out, have a word with the pitcher, give their colleague behind the plate a little bit of time to just gather themselves.
Outside works the count full. Nine pitches in this at bat, and we'll see 10. 5 foul balls from Blinn, trying to stay alive, desperately looking for that first pro knock.
Trying to give his team the lead while doing so.
Got him at the bottom of the strike zone looking. That's just out number 2, but a big one for the second time today. Denver Blinn goes down on K's.
That had some nasty tail back into the zone. Looked like a 2-seamer, and well, when it starts outside and it's a fastball and it just barely nips the outside corner, there's not much Blinn could have done with that one besides spoil it. Just got to tip the cap to Drummond.
6th strikeout for Luke Drummond in his first start. We mentioned 22 appearances last year, all of them out of the bullpen. Trahey's had a tough day, 0 for 3 with 3 strikeouts in game 1, 0 for 1 today with a strikeout here in game 2.
Brendan, you mentioned earlier changing the role, going from the bullpen to starting. In a 6-inning game, you can maybe take a risk with that because if he only goes 3 innings, that's half the game in this instance, where in a 9-inning game, now you're trying to scramble to fill the final 6.
If this is Drummond's last inning with the bullpen up and working, as we mentioned, Nolan Riley over there. There's only 2 innings left for the Hoppers and Ryan Kottke to fill. 2-1, popped up. Drummond just over the mound. That's going to drop. Absolutely perfect spot for Reese Trahey. Unreal for that ball to be where it was. In on the hands, a good pitch. And Trahey somehow puts it in play.
Couldn't have dropped it in any better. And that all evens up. That'll make up for when he hits one on the screws and it goes right at the third baseman, or he puts one in the gap and someone makes a diving catch.
And maybe for a guy like Trahey, who up until that point all today in both games was 0 for 4 with 4 strikeouts, that's his first pro hit. And sometimes you just got to get it any way you can.
Right, and now you're not thinking about it. You go, okay, I have one. And you just, this sounds dumb, but standing on first base, going out there and you, okay, I got on. Hey, that was a bad one. You get back in the dugout, you get razzed a little bit by the guys. But now number 1's out of the way and you don't have to worry about it anymore.
And that one hits Hacklin. Second time today he's been hit.
I think this is the time to make the move to the pen. 9-hitter coming up. You can ease Riley in a bit. And, yeah, the single wasn't his fault, but then you hit Hacklin. And I think that's exactly what we're going to get.
Ryan Kottke is coming out. The infield is going to join this conversation, and that will be the day for Luke Drummond. 3 2/3, a couple of runs, just 2, 4 hits. Did find 6 strikeouts as well. Pretty good day, all things considered, in this being his first professional start. Maybe this isn't the end. We saw Nolan Riley come to the bullpen door.
Wow.
He's going to stay out there. Luke Drummond's going to try to get this final out and go 4 innings.
That was a pretty quick conversation. Maybe it was as simple as telling Drummond, this is your last batter. You can either give up a hit, walk him, and give up another run, or you can get him out and we'll have a pretty good 4-inning start under your belt to get the season underway.
Beadle today reached on a fielder's choice last inning. He was 0 for 2 in game 1. Hacklin at first, Trahey at second, Lozada at third. Just off the outside corner. Back up the middle, Drummond fields it, and he'll take it all the way to first base and step on the bag.
Add the U1 to the scorebook.
To end his first professional start. Drops the ball on the rubber. Drummond gets out of it. Only 2 runs given up. We're tied at 2. Here in game 2 of this doubleheader.
So heading to the bottom of the 4th, we've had a fun opening day. We've had a lot of fans here at Jimmy John's Field enjoying it. Obviously had the extra inning game in game 1. And, well, we look like we may be earmarked for one here in game 2. But opening day for all of us, Brendan, myself, and everyone around the ballpark, including the players and the managers and our one and only Carol Wolfbauer heading down there, and we'll send it down to the diamond, down to Kara.
Kara Wolfbauer here with Westside Woolly Mammoths head manager Taylor Jellikowski. Now, Taylor, this is a new set of guys this year. You guys came off of a losing record last year, unfortunately. So tell me about this new group and what they're bringing to the table.
Yeah, I mean, we're young and we're hungry. Like, we keep taking balls out of play just because different guys are getting their first career hits or first career strikeout.
All right, so as I was asking him, tell me about this new group of guys.
Yeah, so we're young and we're hungry. We have a lot of guys that are getting their first hits and getting their first strikeouts as players, professional players. Like Priamo just got his first double there, so that was his first career hit, which is a good thing. Once you get the first one out of the way, then you can kind of settle in and play the same game you've been playing since you were a kid.
And like you said, guys loosening up, getting everything out of the way. So we did see a miscommunication there out with Burl and who was it? Let's see, Florentino in right field. So tell me about when they did come back. How do you get them to regroup when they come back in the dugout?
Right, so that one was actually a language barrier. Francis doesn't speak English at all. So they both called it, and Burl just didn't understand Francis. So that's all it was, and we just got to be on the same page. So what we're going to do is we're going to start calling for balls in Spanish always, just so that we're always on the same page. So.
Well, I think that's what happens when you come to play the USPBL, and there's so many different guys, but I think that's what makes this place so awesome. So thank you so much, Coach. You can get back to your game now, and we're hoping to see you guys pull out and split the series here. Yes. Send it back up to the boys in the booth.
Thanks, Kara. It's been a lot of fun in here. We're heading to the bottom of the fourth inning, and we have a new pitcher on the mound for the Westside Woolly Mammoths. Seth Beard coming in to pitch. His job, keep it at a tie ball game. Brendan, we've had a lot of fun, and, well, Carrot just had a nice conversation down there with Jelly as his Woolly Mammoths try to get the split in the opening day doubleheader.
They've tied it at 2. As Seth Beard is now on, taking over for the starter, Garrett Martin. Burke today just popped out to second base his first time up, and he was frustrated after that at bat. Thought he should have put a better swing on it. You could tell just by his reaction.
He had 2 pitches he could hit. And the first one he was indecisive on, and the second one he just got jammed a bit. He knows he can give more. And that swing, he was trying to put it into the trees over the left center gap. He wasn't trying to poke that the opposite way.
That is strike 2, no balls, 2 strikes on Burke. Outside. Beard, a 4-seam, fastball, slider, cutter, changeup, curveball, 5-pitch mix. 2-2. Swing and a miss. Blew the heat by him. 86 at the top of the zone. Burke down on strikes.
And it looked like Burke maybe was just pressing a little too much. He let the last at-bat affect that one because those were some big, long swings. Not the same approach he took in Game 1 when he had the game-tying knock. I think he still a bit frustrated knowing he missed a pitch in his first at-bat, and he was trying to make up for that last at-bat instead of just putting it behind him and focusing on what was to come.
Schellenbarger, tough game 1. 0 for 3 with a strikeout. Had a single in the second inning here, tried to stretch it to 2 and was promptly thrown out by Florentino from right field.
And I don't think it was a bad decision either. Yeah. There was a bobble, he went, and it took an absolutely perfect throw to get him. And that's what Florentino did, an absolutely perfect throw.
And even without the bobble, you could tell Shelley was looking for 2 out of the batter's box. And so he didn't hesitate and then go after the bobble. He was already there. And that, again, just goes to how good of a throw it was from Florentino for Schellenbarger to be hustling for 2, bobble it, and still get him out.
One of the cliches I always like to go back to is be process-based, don't be results-based. And the gist of that is if you're doing things the right way but not getting the outcomes you want, it'll eventually turn around. And so in that example, he hits it hard down the right field line. It was the right move to go to 2. And just because an absolutely picture-perfect throw threw you out, you try to go 2 there every time where, hey, maybe if you try to go 2 and the throw would have beat you by 20 feet, but it gets away, just because you got the result you wanted doesn't mean it was the right decision.
Full count from Schellenbarger. Inside, nearly got him. That's a walk anyways. So 1 strikeout and 1 walk for Seth Beard coming on in relief here in the bottom of the 4th. Brings up Chris O'Neill. Beard comes from LaGrange, North Carolina. It's a good song, LaGrange. Inside, whoa, how did O'Neill dodge that? Did he? He did.
That's some flexibility.
Matrix out here.
He held it for a moment, too.
1-0.
I've never been in the box with a super fast pitch coming in. Like, there's a big difference between like 80s and 90s coming in up near the chin, and yeah, that can be a scary feeling. You got a very, very short window to react to that.
How about that stop there by Beetle? That certainly saved Schellenbarger from getting over to second base. 2-0 though.
Well, Beard's been a little wild early. I'm jelly in that Mammoths dugout. I'm getting my bullpen going, and I'm ready to have a quick leash with the command issues I've seen.
Fouled back to the screen. It does look like, from my eyes all the way back here, might be Tyler Richley. Yep, that's Tyler Richley out there in the bullpen for the Mammoths. He was here last year in the USPBL. Good reliever out of Ball State. Beard comes from Methodist University in Fayetteville. He spent 4 seasons there, 37 appearances, 30 of them starts, sub-4 ERA. He was also in the minor leagues with the Brewers. 2019, he played rookie ball for 6 games with Milwaukee. Was in the American Association last year. 3-1, gets a swing and a miss for strike 2. Taylor Jellikowski has hunted and gathered a flurry of players with minor league experience.
Oh, yeah. It's funny talking with all the different coaches of different teams, how competitive they get with each other to try to find those gems, try to find those guys that will get them some wins and get those big guys that are projectable to go on to minor league ball and get them to come to their team here in the USPBL.
I think it's interesting for Jelly, too, recruiting players to the USPBL, himself being a guy who was here and then moved on to the minor leagues. That's, a great accomplishment, and a lot of the players that are here don't necessarily get to make it and move on to the next level. That one's inside again on O'Neill on a full count. That's back-to-back walks on back-to-back full counts. 2 runners on and only 1 out for Taj Porter. But he has that experience of he can go to a guy and say, hey, I was where you want to be, and I started at where I want you to be right now at the USPBL. I was here, and he has not only as that as a recruiter, but as a coach, too, when they do get here.
It's a lot more effective to say, hey, I did this. You want to know how to do this? I lived this. Then go, oh, we've had player A, B, C, D, E, and F all move on. Well, like, yeah, okay, you can say your names or whatever, but getting them to talking from personal experience always holds a little more weight.
And the first pitch to Porter is wild and behind. That moves Schellenbarger over to third. O'Neill elected to stay at first. So runners on the corners, 1 out, and 1 ball and no strikes on Taj Porter. Remember, this inning started with a strikeout to maybe the best hitter in the lineup for the Hoppers with Joe Burke, and instead it's been all wild since then. Struggling to rein it in is Beard.
I might get Beard right now. He's been very wild, and it's been tough to find the zone.
Having a fun time at the ballpark today. Good opening day it's been. We've got a good crowd. We got the kids dancing here. I don't know what they're dancing to. I don't hear any music, but
they're just living life.
They're having a good time. Oh, to be that young again, This one's flared to left. This might drop in fair territory. It's about a foot or 2 foul, and that was major danger for the Mammoths if it dropped inside that line.
Well, with Porter batting from the left side, the left fielder Hacklin is playing way off the line. Like, he's almost in that left center gap. So anything that gets over the third baseman's head there's no way he has a chance to. I mean, he's playing 100 feet off that left field line. And now he makes an adjustment, takes at least a couple steps back towards foul territory.
Ball and a strike. Make it 2 balls, no strikes. Beard with a pretty good mix. We mentioned it's 5 pitches. He's just struggled to pinpoint it. A slider and a cutter to go along with a changeup, curveball, and fastball. Runner goes down to second. O'Neill in there. No, beautiful throw from Beetle right on the bag to get Chris O'Neill by about half a second. Cuts him down, and that's the second out.
And that changes the whole tone of the inning because now Taj Porter needs a base knock to drive in the go-ahead run.
He does have a good count to do it. That pitch missed, so it's 3-1. And he walked him. So instead of the bases loaded, we're again runners on the corners with 2 outs this time. That is 3 straight walks from Seth Beard. Taylor Jellikowski milling around those dugout steps, but he is
I was just going to say, he's got
still in the dugout.
A much longer leash than I would have. Just because the misses Beard has had haven't been close. He's not nibbling at the corners. I mean, he's missing in, out, up, and down, and maybe Jellikowski was just waiting.
And now here comes Justin Karn, a little bit delayed trying to get out there. I think none of the umpires saw him. Karn was all the way.
They call a pitch clock violation?
I think they did, and Karn was all the way by the first base coach, Mike Rice, for the Hoppers. We'll see if they give it a violation or not. Karn is out.
Well, he came out going, guys, time. I'm on the field, time, and they just never awarded it.
I think maybe that's what Ryan Kotke is trying to tell the home plate umpire right now as well, because Kotke could have seen Karn coming from the dugout all the way from third base. Justin Karn, the assistant coach here for the Mammoths. And it's just a mound visit. Beard is going to stay out there. Scoreboard still reads no balls, no strikes. We'll see if that changes.
The umpire just is writing something down. Oh, just we're going to record the mound visit, and that's it. I think they originally did call a pitch clock violation.
Yeah, I think there was some confusion there, and it's all cleared up. Fresh count for Anthony Flores. Reached on a walk last inning. Skips in the dirt.
And each pitcher is different. Each pitcher has a go-to get-it-over pitch, but you've walked 3 straight. I don't necessarily like starting the next batter with a breaking ball. Got to work ahead in the count.
That time throws it in with some pace. 88 on the fastball, but misses too high.
It didn't miss by much, and well, when you've been missing a lot, sometimes those borderline pitches, you don't get the benefit of the doubt.
And 3-0. Got to imagine this Hoppers lineup is only seeing the take sign right now, even with 2 outs. It's been 3 straight walks for Beard.
As of right now, nothing to show for it.
And there's a strike.
That's the craziest part, is one good pitch, and the Mammoths get out of this inning unscathed. Keep it tied.
Two down, 2 on. 3 balls and a strike here in the bottom of the 4th. Hoppers trying to retake the lead. That one's in for strike 2. That's a full count now. 3rd full count of this inning.
Now Porter will be off with the pitch. If you can get a base knock, pull it down a line, find a gap, you can get 2 RBIs with 1 swing of the bat.
Swing and a miss. Tipped into the glove and caught by Beetle. Nice job there, and Flores goes down. And what a comeback from Seth Beard. Falling behind 3-0 after 3 straight walks, comes back and throws 3 straight strikes to Anthony Flores to get out of the inning unscathed. Still 2-2 after 4. We're heading to the 5th on the USPBL Network.
Check your checking. If your account doesn't get you pumped, amped, or geeked, make the switch to Genius Checking from Genesis Credit Union. It's just genius.
Nolan Riley taking over on the mound for Luke Drummond. 4 innings pitched, 4 hits, 2 runs, just 1 walk, and 6 strikeouts. A pretty good start for Luke Drummond, all things considered. And how about the grit to get out of the last inning with the bases loaded and 2 outs? Ryan Kottke comes out. Drummond stays in for that last batter, Beetle, and gets him out fielding his own position as well.
Yeah, in the last 2 half innings, both managers showed a faith in their starters, left them in a sticky situation, and they were both rewarded by getting out of the jam, and that's why we're still tied at 2, because both managers trusted their pitchers when, personally, I thought both were getting the hook.
Nolan Riley comes from Augusta, Kansas, spent 4 seasons at Arkansas Fort Smith. He is a new pitcher. He didn't pitch at Arkansas Fort Smith until his senior season, which was last year, back in 2022. He did make 13 appearances, though, and 8 of them were starts. The ERA was a little bit high, above 7 in 41 innings, but I think that's to be understood for a first-year pitcher at the college level.
Right, and well, you look at the Diamond Hoppers pitching staff. He's the little guy in the pitching staff. He's 6'2", 205. Not a small human being, but
By
compared to everyone else, I mean, everyone on the Diamond Hopper staff is big, projectable, and you get a guy that maybe hasn't matured enough on the mound because he hasn't pitched a lot. See what he can do here in the USPBL.
Burl Dixon has had a pretty good day. 1 for 2 with a walk in game 1. He's 1 for 2 right now with a double and a run scored back in the first inning. Foul back. We haven't seen him make any defensive plays out in center, but with the athleticism that he has, feels like he's going to be one of those guys that we talk about this year as one of the gems defensively.
Absolutely. I mean, he has everything you could ask for in a player. I mean, he's projectable. 6'5", 200 pounds. He looks the part. He's athletic, and, yeah, he's got those things that you can't teach.
0-2, that's just outside. And he was, when we talked to Taylor Jellikowski, we mentioned the first thing we said to him was, on paper, this may be the best team you've built. A lot of people are talking about that. One of the first names he brought up was Burl Dixon.
Absolutely. I mean, you have a center fielder, a leadoff batter that can do a little bit of everything. Get you excited as a manager.
Pop, fly, foul, plenty of room, but not enough space for O'Neill to get there. Doing the USPBL this year, no path from the mound to home plate. We used to have the dirt path that a lot of older ballparks have had, and now it's just the circular mound out there. It looks pretty good.
It does. But personally, I like the little path from home to the mound. I don't know why. I don't think it makes a difference.
I have heard from more baseball watchers than myself that without the path, it's easier to see the pitches. That was in reference to being at a professional ballpark and you're watching from the stands, hundreds of yards away. But without the path, it's easier to see the pitch and what type it is and whatnot.
See, the biggest thing I would have thought of is not having to change surfaces, going from grass to dirt, and maybe less slipping and maybe a safety thing. That's the only thing I can think of. But aesthetically, I kind of like it.
This one out to right, and Burl Dixon does it again. Another base hit. That's his second of the game, third of the day.
Aesthetically, that was a really nice swing from Burl Dixon.
Good-looking mound, good-looking swing. I think the mound being the island like it is more baseball, too. Baseball is pitcher versus hitter. And there's more to it, obviously.
Right.
But at its foundation, it's this guy versus this guy. Who's better? Who's got the right stuff? And with it being an island, it just feels more that way, right?
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure there's a reason you go back to the 1800s why that was there.
This one's roped out to right, past the glove of Schellenbarger. Dixon's going to round second. He's going to go for third. Jelly is going to hold him there at third. Dixon past the stop sign down to the plate. Did he tag him? No, Dixon scores. An RBI double for Nick Weber. Burl Dixon using that athleticism gives the Mammoths the lead here in the late stages in the fifth inning.
And talk about using every single inch of that 6'5" frame. If he caught the plate, it wasn't by much. That was a heck of an effort by Burl Dixon to give the Mammoths the lead.
And it looks like Taj Porter
maybe on that dive.
A little caught up on that play. Dixon went past the stop sign of Taylor Jellikowski, and Jelly was right. The throw beat Dixon. It was just up the line at third base and in a tough spot for Porter to make the tag.
And it looked like he tried to dive, and when he did, his knee dropped quickly.
Still getting looked at by the trainer. Up to his feet, which is always a good sign.
Now, Brennan, maybe you can help me out with this, because Duncan Hewitt is the other catcher that's available. Excuse me, it's not Hewitt for the other side. But if it was the other side and it was the Mammoths that had the injury and they had to move Hewitt from DH to catcher, would the DH spot then become the pitcher?
I'm not sure. I think
because they had to enter the game defensively.
I think they might either use. Well, they wouldn't have anybody else off the bench that could take the DH spot. I know we've had it happen. We had it happen last year where a position player had to catch for the Mammoths because their catchers went down to injury. And it looks like Taj Porter's day is going to be done. Whit Hughes has suited up and will go back behind the dish. You never want to see that. It was a pretty good day from him as well. Had a couple nice throws from behind the plate, was blocking balls left and right, and an acrobatic and athletic play there to try to make the tag on Burl Dixon, who was bounding for home plate.
And you hope because it's opening day, it's just more precautionary than anything. Say, hey, got a few months of baseball ahead of you. No reason to push it right now on game one.
Porter, if we remember, too, took that foul ball back to the face earlier that our home plate umpire was nice enough to give him an extra beat. Sometimes catchers are the hockey players of baseball. They get beat up a lot. Remember talking to Matt Parkinson, who was a really good catcher for the Unicorns last year, and he always had a thumb, a knee, a shoulder, whatever, just kind of bugging him a little bit, but, you got to go out there and catch.
Well, and amongst having to all the physical things, blocking balls in the dirt, moving all over the place, you have to be one of the smartest players on the diamond as well.
Right to second base, done. Are they going to pick him off? No. thrown away into left field. Getting back quickly is Weber. Done with a nice grab, and Weber slow to get back, but the throw was past Pup into left field. Nowhere that Weber could advance, though. Florentino, sharp line out.
Pup plays back and almost in the middle between second and third, so he has a long way to go to get back to the second base bag. It was almost a foot race between him and Weber.
Lozada steps to the dish. He had a big RBI double in the last inning. Flies this one out to right. Schellenbarger giving chase. Long run. Makes the grab in foul territory. Bryant Schellenbarger down, tagging is Weber. He's going to be waved all the way around the throw to the plate. Not in time. Weber slides in head first, and the Mammoths have tallied 2 here in the 5th.
And that's not something we might see for the rest of the season. A sac fly with a runner on second.
You know, that's one thing we talked about last year, that this ballpark does not lend itself well to triples. And
right.
Really the only way you can get one is if you bury it in the corner, either on a line or maybe even on the ground smoked. And that's kind of a similar thing where Schellenbarger, long run, he was playing shaded towards the gap in right center. Great grab, and nothing you can do about that. Weber runs well at second. He's got more than enough speed, scores easily, and the Mammoths are up 4-2.
The other thing is Schellenbarger had to go down on the slide, so that's the extra half beat to get back up and throw the ball in. Yeah, that's about the only place in the ballpark that's possible, unless there's a diving catch in the deepest part of right or left center.
Hewitt facing an 0-1. Up the middle, bounces off the mound to Pup. Friendly bounce over to the shortstop position as he fires to first. The Mammoths get 2 in the top of the 5th. Some late run scoring. The Hoppers going to try to bring the bats alive in the bottom half, keep this game going. It's 4-2 Mammoths right now here in Game 2 of our doubleheader.
We build roads, bridges, wind farms, and pipelines, schools to skyscrapers. Our members create monuments. We operate. We're the operators and mechanics behind the advanced heavy machines that move Michigan forward. We maintain boilers and HVAC. Our members run the complex heating and cooling systems that we all depend on. Our training is second to none, and safety is our priority. We are Operating Engineers 324, and we keep Michigan running.
Fifth Third Extra Time helps you do you better. So kick back and relax. You have extra time to avoid overdraft fees. Fifth Third Extra Time. This is banking a Fifth Third better.
Why are all these business owners smiling? Because they rely on Tryon to handle difficult and time-consuming HR tasks like payroll, benefits administration, and more. Working with one of the nation's top professional employer organizations provides access to top-tier healthcare and employee benefit plans and Tryon's team of attorneys and HR experts. With Tryon, you don't have to grow it alone. Visit RelyOnTryon.com.
You can always rely on Tryon.
Tyler Richley's turn on the bump for the Mammoths. He's working with a 4-2 lead, taking over for Seth Beard, who somehow got out of the last inning in the 4th. Started with a strikeout and a walk to Schellenbarger, a walk to O'Neill, who was caught stealing, trying for second, and a walk to Porter, 3 straight, and he fell behind 3 balls and no strikes to Anthony Flores, but fought his way back through 3 straight strikes to end the inning. No runs, with 5 batters sent to the plate, 3 of them reaching. So just 1 inning for Beard. Now Richley comes on. 9-1-2 hitters Iazetta, Pup, and Dunn are due up in the 5th.
Down 2 in the second to last inning, only playing 6 in the doubleheader. You want to get 1 back. Talked about it in Game 1, talked about it again here in Game 2. If you can cut it to just a run, hey, you saw what the Diamond Hoppers did in the bottom of the 6th. You can push across a run. 2 just feels a lot bigger, feels a lot tougher, that you have to really get a rally going. 1, you can kind of fluke across 1 run.
Richley, a Colorado native. We mentioned reliever out of Ball State. Was there for 3 seasons. Won a MAC Conference Championship there with the Cardinals. Fastball, curveball, changeup, and slider. And that's a pitch clock violation on Richley. So 3 balls and a strike. So guys still getting used to the pitch clock. We've seen a couple violations today. We saw one on the hitter earlier. I believe it was Iazetta actually back in the first game.
Even in the box, it was he took too long to walk up because you get 30 seconds, and the walk-up took too long. I don't know if he was taking his time getting out of the dugout, but that's the rare one. Usually it's in between pitches when you see a guy step out, adjust the glove, change the shin guard or something. That's where you see a lot of the pitch clocks, and I think he just got another one. That was strike 3, wasn't it?
Iazetta wasn't in the box and looking at Richley with 8 seconds. Second time he's received a pitch clock violation today. His other one was in game 1, and that's a strikeout for Richley.
So what do you put down in the book there?
Looking or swinging?
That's what I'm saying. Like a upside down K?
Right. I'm just going to draw a clock in the little box here.
That's a good idea. I'll do the same thing.
It's the first strikeout for Richley.
Oh.
He had 24 of those in 12 appearances last year in the USPBL.
That's a nice way to get a strikeout. Don't even have to throw a pitch.
Pretty easy. Lineup flips over for Pup, who's ahead 2-0.
And you think after the pitcher just got dinged for a violation, you'd be a little bit more aware of the situation, especially on the 6th pitch of the at-bat. But I get sometimes, hey, you're taking a deep breath, you're waiting for a big payoff pitch.
Boy, that pitch has been a strike all day. And instead, 3 balls, no strikes. Pup likely in take mode here, and that one sails over. 4-pitch walk. So strikeout and a walk to start the inning for the Hoppers. Mentioned the 4-pitch mix for Richley. Fastball, curveball, changeup, slider. He'll almost exclusively throw the changeup to the lefties on the opposite side and the slider to the righties on the same hand as him, which makes sense. That slider, that pitch bounding in on the left-handed hitter is usually one that those kind of hitters like.
Right, but when you do that, you don't want to just completely eliminate a pitch from your arsenal. If you're looking at a scouting report as a batter and you see, oh, I'm batting from the left side, I don't even have to think about the slider. Sometimes, even if it's just 5-10% of the time, throw it just enough so the batter has to keep it in the back of their mind.
Ball and a strike on Chandler Dunn. Marcoux, the lefty, is up next. Just outside, 2 balls, 1 strike. Pup over there at first base. Has some speed. We've seen the base running aggression play a factor today. Pup was just 7 for 8 in stolen bases last year. Part of that was the on-base percentage and getting on with people in front, maybe.
Swipe third in game 1. Down 2, you don't really want to run into an out when you don't need to. Your run doesn't mean a whole heck of a lot. You're starting to run out of outs. I think if this is a tie game or maybe you're winning by a run, yeah, you get a little aggressive, but you need to get base runners at any cost.
And that's back-to-back walks, and that's part of what I was thinking as well, is right now you want to make Richley throw it over the plate.
Right. Because you saw last inning, they bailed out the Mammoths. When O'Neill got thrown out trying to steal second, it was 3 straight walks and, well, didn't have anything to show for it, in part because they were caught stealing. And you have the heart of the order waiting on deck.
Now Marcoux up in a dangerous spot, and he takes a big hack at strike 1. 2 on, only 1 out for a guy who had 21 RBIs in 29 games a season ago. 807 OPS for the lefty. Chopped foul.
Now, depending on what side you're looking at, you can say, hey, hasn't gotten a hit today, 0 for 3. We have his number. Or, if you're a Diamond Hoppers fan, you're saying he's due. He's due to put a good swing and put one in a gap, hit one on the screws.
Has reached in 5 appearances, hit by pitch first inning in this game, a walk last game. And that is a check swing strike 3. 3 pitches and Marcoux is sent down.
And that's a beautiful pitch. There wasn't too much argument from Marcoux because he knew he just got bested on that pitch.
How about this spot for Joe Burke to redeem yourself after 2 at-bats that he would like to have back earlier in this game? Take strike 1.
How about this for an odd stat? It's now been 9 batters for the Diamond Hoppers, and we haven't had a ball in play. Strikeout, 3 walks, 2 strikeouts, 2 walks, and a strikeout.
Yeah.
The Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde nature of this pitching staff.
You got to wake up if you're a fielder out there.
Exactly.
Be ready for anything. The 0-1. Smacked out to right. This is going to get foul. Will it get out of play? It does, into the Mammoths bullpen. Pup at second, Dunn at first. This one out to left. This is going to get off the glove. Hacklin couldn't make the grab. Scoring is Pup to third is done, and Burke keeps the inning alive. It's 4-3 with a single.
And Burke chased one up the ladder, got on top of it, just chopped at it above the letters, had that top spin. It was tough for Hacklin to come in. He made a heck of an effort, just couldn't quite get there. And for the second straight game, Joe Burke with a clutch at bat.
Cuts the deficit to 1 run for Schellenbarger, who already gave it a ride in the first game. He's had a couple good swings today. Single in his first at-bat. Hits this one on the ground, and that gets under the glove of Lozada. Tie game. Burke going to third. He'll get in there standing up, and Bryant Schellenbarger comes up big for the Hoppers.
That was a very odd play, and they'll give Lozada an error. That was a weird hop it took. I don't know if he just misread it off the bat or what, but that looked pretty routine. And it was hard to see from our angle if it did move at all, but you think it would have to because it handcuffed Lozada pretty badly.
Yeah. So now runners still at the corners. Burke over at third, Schellenbarger at first. That's the go-ahead run 90 feet from the plate with Burke.
Brendan, I have to give you a little credit. Talked about the defense falling asleep. I don't want to say Hacklin should have made that play in left field, but maybe if you're in the flow of the game, you have that extra half step, and then at first you have the error. Again, after 9 straight batters of no balls in play, it's only human to get lulled to sleep a little bit.
Right, it's one off the glove and one that was an error play that probably should have been made. O'Neill facing a 1-2. And it's understandable. You know, it's just that's an inning and a half of doing nothing as a fielder pretty much.
You have to go back to the second out in the third inning was the last time Lozada had a play over to him, ground ball or otherwise.
And the Mammoths thought they had strike 3 headed towards the dugout, did about half the defense, and instead it's 2-2 on O'Neill. He reached on a walk last inning, got caught stealing. got him on the edge. Strike 3. Chris O'Neill doesn't like the call. Richly done in the inning, but not before the Hoppers tie it at 4. We head to the 6th, still tied. It's been a good opening day, some good baseball between these two squads. The Hoppers and the Mammoths, 4 apiece.
What are the odds that we're neighbors, we've known each other our whole lives, and both tear the exact same things in this exact same knee?
So an ACL tear is an injury to the main stabilizing structure of the knee.
You want a good team around you because then you know that what you're doing is going to help you in the long run.
My message to everyone who's helped me, thank you so much because you guys helped me progress so much.
Also hearing it from a friend that's went through the exact same thing, I think sort of helps that know that there's a bright side at the end.
We're the financial champion of Michiganders. Whether you're a goal-getter or dream chaser, an empty nester, or up-and-comer, anyone in Michigan can bank with us. Michigan Schools and Government Credit Union.
New pitcher on the mound for the Hoppers. It's Chris Kelly taking over during the 6th inning stretch in our doubleheader day. We don't get to the 7th inning. There's 2 6-inning games, so we got to do it at some point. We'll do it in between the 5th and 6th of Game 2 as Kelly steps on the mound, the right-hander, 24-year-old from West Nyack, New York.
And a big spot for Chris Kelly. Goal is to keep it tied. We had to here in the top of the 6th. Give his Diamond Hoppers a chance for a dramatic pair of wins here on the opening day.
It's been a good one. Let's see if we need extras again here in Game 2. And that would just, if we have extras in these first 2 games, this is just going to be an absolutely bonkers season. Kelly, 3 seasons at Catholic University in Washington, D.C. before making his professional debut tonight in the USPBL.
Been a few guys that have made professional debuts in high leverage spots tonight.
Yeah. Blinn on the ground to short. Pup fields it on a hop. Over to first, 1 pitch and 1 out. Pretty good start for Kelly.
Nice pick by Burke over there at first base too. On the backhand, made it look routine.
Here's Reese Trahey, and maybe after that last single that he had, which was just a pop-out essentially right in front of the second base bag that just dropped so softly. It was just hit soft enough that nobody could get there. Drummond, the pitcher, couldn't get there. Pup or Dunn, shortstop or second baseman, couldn't get there for his first professional hit. Maybe that wakes up the bat. You know, you talk about baseball evens out, and who knows, maybe that's what gets him going.
Well, you're always a little nervous first time at any level, first time at the varsity at-bat, first time college at-bat, first professional at-bat, and when you get that first hit, you just go, all right. I mean, Jelenkowski talked about it with Kara. Play the game you've been playing your whole life.
Smacked out to right, and there it is. That's the real first hit probably for Trahey, as he put a good swing on that one and a good count, found a pitch he liked, smoked it out into right for a single. And the second man in the inning is on with 1 out.
He's going to ask to trade the ball he got for that one. Hit it, tattooed it a little better
than that one.
Hey, no, I got another one for you. Give me that one. And now he's the go-ahead run here in the 6th.
That brings up Ward Hacklin, who...
Well, he's going to need an ice pack after this one.
Hacklin takes strike 1. He's been hit twice today. Still looking for his first professional hit. And who knows, maybe you take a couple lumps and you get rewarded.
Literal and figurative lumps.
That one's back, foul, out of play.
That's got to be a little frustrating. Like, you're ready, you're excited, a little nervous for first professional at-bats, and then plunk, plunk.
And
Come on.
The first one was after 4 pitches. The second one was on the first pitch. Let him working at bat here. 0-2. That's outside. Skips by. Trahey will move over to second. Go ahead run in scoring position here in the 6th. Kelly just 3 pitches. Sinker, knuckle curve, and a changeup. Now going for third, strikeout. Not to throw him out. He's safe over there at third base. Good effort there by O'Neill on that tough tag, and a good throw by Hughes. 2 down.
And
go ahead, run 90 feet away.
Trahey stole that on the pitcher. I think a conversation for both the Diamond Hoppers and the Mammoths for the pitchers is, hey, you can't get into too much of rhythm. I know with the pitch clock, it's easy to get into the groove. But that's the second or third time we've seen someone steal third just because guy at the mound not really worried about the runner on second. And in this spot, those 90 feet make a big difference.
That's outside, and I think it's got to be easy as a pitcher to, like you said, just kind of forget. You got that big red clock behind the plate staring you down. You're worried about that. Easy to forget about that runner out there. Smoked high and foul out of play. Beetle caught a lot of that baseball.
And I think that's something that as the season goes on, you're going to see less of. You're more worried about just getting the pitch off in time when you first get here. And once you get used to it, you'll figure out, okay, how do I want to look back? Even if you just step off and look them back to the bag, you have to keep them honest.
1-1. Smoked out to left field. This one's curling. Foul ball. Boy, Beetle has put 2 good swings on foul balls in this at-bat, and that was nearly pumped for a 2-run shot. Instead, it's just a long strike 2.
I'm not putting this pitch anywhere near the strike zone. He's in swing mode. He's barreled some up. See if you can have him chase one maybe high above the letters or way outside.
Sinker low, doesn't find the strike zone.
That was a bit low. But again, I like the idea. You're in swing mode. He's feeling good. See if he'll chase one out of the zone.
Popped foul again.
Beetle giving a good battle out of the 9 spot. The Mammoths can get a base hit. Lineup turns over. Maybe they can turn this into a big top of the 6th.
Got him looking. Strike 3. Big strikeout on the mound for Chris Kelly. Gets out of the jam. A runner on third would have been the go-ahead run. Now the Hoppers can end it in the bottom half of the 6th when we come back.
Slide into a new home. Work with a local mortgage pro who works for you. Get a cheaper, faster, easier home loan. Find a mortgage broker near you today at findamortgagebroker.com.
At Ascension, Michigan, we're committed to being your first choice for healthcare. Our nationally recognized heart program is the leader throughout Michigan in minimally invasive heart valve procedures. For joint replacement, spine, and cancer care, patients choose our specialists for advanced care and treatment. And we also excel in the things that can't be measured. Listening more closely, caring more compassionately.
Fifth Third Bank. Yeah, it's a quirky name. But here's the thing, 5/3 equals 166.7%. So we put 166.7% into everything we do. Like automatically getting you your paycheck up to 2 days early. Giving you well-deserved extra time to avoid overdraft fees. And helping you borrow from your future self. This is banking a Fifth Third better.
Bottom of the 6th here on the USPBL network. Tied at 4. The Hoppers already won game 1 in extra innings in fantastic fashion. They had to come back in the 6th, down a run to tie it, and then they won it defensively. They'll have to face Bo Atkins on the mound for the Mammoths. The right-hander out of Riverton, Illinois, was here last year with these same Mammoths. Atkins will have to face 7, 8, 9, Porter, Flores, and Iazetta. Only one hit between those three combined tonight, and it was from Iazetta on what should have been a pop out to center field, but the miscommunication between Florentino and Dixon allowed him to get on. And now pinch hitting, well, not pinch hitting for Porter. Porter went out with his injury, so it'll be Hughes, excuse me. Witt in game 1, 0 for 2 with a pair of Ks. Atkins has fastball, slider, forkball, and curve. A nasty slider. That was one of his better pitches last year.
That slider had a lot of break. It just broke too far off the plate away. That's a good pitch when it's, maybe you have 2 strikes on and you're working way ahead in the count.
That one in for a strike with the fastball. Atkins was here last year for 15 2/3 innings. 3 of them were starts in those games. Did pick up a save as well. ERA of 8.04. He really just got knocked up in one of his starts. He had a 5 earned run, 1 inning start. Swing and a miss as Hughes is down on strikes.
When you're a reliever and you don't throw a lot of innings, you could throw 8, 9 really good innings and then just 1 meltdown inning and it looks like you're a bad pitcher.
And that's exactly what it was. In no other game did he give up more than 3 runs in an appearance, and all 5 of those came in 1 inning. That's going to jump the ERA as well. If it was 5 over the span of 6 or 7, it's different.
Yeah, you look, so 8 runs given up. 8 of his 14 earned runs were given up in 2 of his 15 and 2/3.
Yeah. 15 strikeouts to 8 walks for Atkins last year. Outside. Finds the corner, though, 1-1. Was better against the right side than the left. Opponents hit 125 from the right side against Bo a season ago. Check swing went too far, 1-2.
We're staring dead in the face of back-to-back extra inning affairs to get the USPBL season started here in 2023.
Swing and a miss. Iazetta chased it out of the zone, and Atkins comes up with back-to-back Ks. It's all down to Chris Iazetta. I think in this spot it's easy to swing big and try to end this game here, but have to think about just keeping the inning alive. Get the next guy up. You get the top of the order up. Iazetta skies it to right. Charging. Florentino slides and makes the grab. Get something by him. Somebody. He's just making outs left and right out there. And we've got to do extra innings again here in game 2. So we'll do the coin toss again at home plate. The winner will decide if they want to pitch or if they want to hit. The team in the field will face nobody outs and a runner on first with the order where it last left off. If the batting team scores, they win. If they don't score, then the team in the field wins. The team in the field won in game 1, which was the Hoppers. We'll see what happens here on this coin toss.
Well, here's the interesting part. Both teams have the top of the order due up. So that has to change your approach if you're the 2 managers.
Oh, Jelly won this coin toss, and he decides to go into the field.
Ooh,
which
that's a bold call.
We saw that be the primary decision last year. Even with a runner on first and nobody out, most teams elected to take the field and try to get 3 outs. And
well, I guess what helped plays into that decision is Atkins came in and just went boom, 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 1, 2, 3, not a lot of stress. But it's the top of the order. Alex Pup, I think, is one of the few guys in this Diamond Hopper lineup that is liable to bunt, that could try to move the runner over and possibly even do it for a hit, and you have to face some good batters. I think normally I'm going to default like the managers did a year ago to going to the field, but with the top of the order due up, I don't know. I'd have to think about that for an extra second or two.
And so Iazetta runs pretty well. He'll be over there at first. They aren't going to pinch run Maddox for him.
And the other thing is, look at what the top of the Westside lineup has done today. Burl Dixon, 2 hits, a double, scored twice. Nick Weber has doubled. Francis Florentino has doubled, and he lined out hard his last time up. They put some good swings on the ball, so that was why I was a little surprised they went in the field. But again, Bo Atkins did just come in the 6th and look like he's in midseason form.
I think, too, we don't have the advanced numbers on it, but the percentages just have to be in favor of the team in the field, especially with the runner on first, leads to the possibility of a double play in the first batter.
But that's why I really think if I'm Ryan Cockey, I'm telling Alex Pup to sacrifice bunt. Put him in scoring position, and you have 2 and 3 coming up in the order. Or maybe you try to steal.
We'll see what the Hoppers do. The Mammoths last time waited 1 batter before moving the runner from first over. That first batter that led off didn't get on, so they elected to steal on the second batter, and that was a good decision as Hacklin was safe at second. He eventually got all the way around to third.
Pay attention. See how much Bo Atkins even looks over to first. He gave a short look as he got the sign, hasn't looked over again.
Slider curling inside, just couldn't find that front door. 2 balls, no strikes, Pup in a good hitter's count.
Atkins getting into a rhythm where he comes set, looks over. I don't know if he's really paying attention. It's more of just a courtesy look. Not even giving it this time.
Pup swings and misses at the high cheese, 2-1. He's been dangerous today. Scored a run and was 1 for 2 in the first game. Here in the second game, he's 1 for 2 again with 2 RBIs and a run scored after reaching on a walk back in the 5th. He's responsible for 3 of the 4 Hoppers' runs, the 2-1. Slider inside. This time it finds the zone. Good pitch from Atkins, 2-2.
And Atkins has a rhythm you can pick up. When he comes set right before he throws the pitch, he looks over and then immediately delivers. As soon as I see him look over, I think I'm taking off to second.
There goes Iazetta, fouled back by Pup, just catching a piece of it, avoiding strike 3. It looks like the Hoppers might have had the hit and run on.
Well, 2 strikes you also have to protect. You don't want to just give yourself up.
Pup is pretty disciplined. Got a little bit chasey last year, but 21 walks, 31 Ks, good numbers there. This time ducks out of the way. Full count.
No, it hurts, but you're in extra innings. Don't duck, turn your back to it. I mean, get your head out of the way, but he squatted down a fair bit. Come on, take one for the team, put a runner in scoring position.
Payoff pitch. Swing and a miss. Atkins pumped it by him at 85 for the first out. That's his 3rd strikeout since taking over in the bottom of the 6th. So 1 down. Iazetta over at first, brings up Chandler Dunn. Walked and scored his last plate appearance. That was in the 5th inning, the 2-run 5th. That let the Hoppers tie it at 4. Slider on the front again for a strike. Atkins likes that pitch.
He does, and he's getting in that same rhythm you saw over at first. Iazetta tried to jump off a little bit, see if it would draw a throw. It didn't. Don't be surprised if he takes off here.
There's a throw back over. There's 1 disengagement for Atkins.
He did the same thing you saw as he gave the little look, took a jump to see if it drew it out of his peripheral. That time it did.
Now Iazzetta's going to go smoked out to left. Quickly in a second. They're waving him to third. Kotke's going to wave him around. Picked up in the corner. Hacklin throws it in. The throw to the plate skips away. Hoppers win. Chandler Dunn, the hero in the second game. And the Diamond Hoppers start 2023 2-0.
All because the hit and run was on. Atkins got into that rhythm, and Iazetta noticed the same thing I noticed, that he took that hop. And when he didn't come over right away, he took off. And then Chandler Dunn, well, he helped out by smoking it down the left field line. And Ryan Kotke wasn't going to slow down for anything. He had that windmill going by the time Iazetta stepped on second base.
Chandler Dunn, pretty big day. 1 for 3 in the first game. Was 0 for 2, but walked and scored in this game. And then the hero with the RBI base hit to take the lead and win it for the Hoppers here in the extra 6th inning for the second time today. The Hoppers win it in extras 5-4 over the Mammoths. For Brady Beaton, I'm Brendan Shabath. Stick around. We've got the post-game interview coming up after the break. The Hoppers start the season 2-0 over the Mammoths here on opening day on the USPBL Network.
Ain't too many of the teams can defeat us. You on the sideline warming up the benches. Need a lesson I can show you, I can teach ya. You see a Diamond Hopper fan, point 'em out. Ayy, fly ball, catch a frog, walk it out. Ayy, every time you score I'm throwing up my diamond. Both hands in the air, same timing. Let's rock. Diamond Hoppers, Eastside Diamond Hoppers. Diamond Hoppers, we the Eastside Diamond Hoppers. Diamond Hoppers, Eastside Diamond Hoppers. Diamond Hoppers, we the Eastside Diamond Hoppers.
What's up, Jimmy John's Field, and happy opening day, sponsored.
Slide into a new home. Work with a local mortgage pro who works for you. Get a cheaper, faster, easier home loan. Find a mortgage broker near you today at findamortgagebroker.com.
At Ascension, Michigan, we're committed to being your first choice for healthcare. Our nationally recognized heart program is the leader throughout Michigan in minimally invasive heart valve procedures. For joint replacement, spine, and cancer care, patients choose our specialists for advanced care and treatment. And we also excel in the things that can't be measured. Listening more closely, caring more compassionately.
Fifth Third Bank. Yeah, it's a quirky name. But here's the thing, 5/3 equals 166.7%. So we put 166.7% into everything we do. Like automatically getting you your paycheck up to 2 days early, giving you well-deserved extra time to avoid overdraft fees, and helping you borrow from your future self. This is banking a Fifth Third better.
There are things you can rely on in this world, like your dog being happy to see you, coffee getting you through the day, and the government changing business regulations. And when it comes to navigating those regulations, you can rely on Tryon and its team of attorneys. Tryon can also tackle time-consuming HR tasks like payroll and employee benefits, so you can stay focused on growing your business. With Tryon, you don't have to grow it alone. Visit RelyOnTryon.com.
You can always rely on Tryon.
Throughout your life, from big moments to ones well earned, we're your financial guardian angel. Alliance Catholic Credit Union.
Here with our opening day player of the game, Chandler Dunn. And Chandler, you get the walk-off hit here in game 2. You guys win both games in extra innings, and it's a new extra inning rule. We had it last year in the USPBL. This is your first year here. Just what are your thoughts on that sudden death kind of exciting baseball? What was that like for you?
It's unique for sure. It's different. I kind of like it. It's cool. You know, you give both teams a chance, and it reminds me of college football. Go out there, flip the coin, and make something happen. Make something magical happen.
And interesting to me, talk to your coach, Ryan Kotke, after the game. You guys elected to take defense after winning the coin toss in the first game. But he said in the second game, if you guys won that coin toss, top of the order coming up, Pup, and then you behind him, he was going to take offense. How does that feel to know your manager's got that trust behind you?
It feels amazing. We were right where we wanted to be. Pup, me, top of the order. There was nowhere else we wanted to be. We had confidence going in that we were going to win if we got on offense, and we made it happen.
So I got to ask, 0-1 pitch, you lace it into left. That's the game-winning hit. Iazetta running on the pitch, scores from first. Was the hit and run on? Were you swinging no matter what? Were you waiting for a good pitch?
The hit and run was not on. I was sitting fastball and got first pitch off speed, decided to take it for a strike. He came right back with the same pitch, and I let my hands go, and good things happened.
So first pro game for you. First pro hit today, first pro walk-off. You've had some before, but at the professional level, you got the Gatorade shower already. So we're safe here, but you know, you smell like yellow Gatorade. It's got to be a pretty good feeling on the first pro day, huh?
It's amazing. You know, this is what people dream of, and I love it.
Well, we appreciate you. Congratulations very much. We'll be back tomorrow. Beavers and Unicorns. Hoppers win the first 2 on opening day over the Mammoths. I'm sure we'll talk to you more throughout the year.
So.
Yeah.
I hope so.
Go get a shower.